Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to hud.gov/fair housing. That's hud.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly
I'm Jimmy Fallon.
I'm Madison Allworth.
I'm Trey Gowdy, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. I'm Dave Anthony. The House is planning a vote on a bill to avert a government shutdown before a Friday funding deadline.
This bill simply keeps the government running, allows the Border Patrol, and this is one of the key items, the Border Patrol and ICE to continue catching and deporting people.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Millions of dollars pulled from Columbia University by the Trump administration as federal authorities arrest a Palestinian protester at the university and threaten his green card status.
The logic, obviously, is you shouldn't be able to do in the United States as an alien activity for which, if you did it outside the United States, our laws wouldn't let you come in the first place.
And I'm Carol Roth. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Congress is on deadline to approve new government funding by Friday to avert a shutdown that President Trump admits
could happen. I mean, the Democrats want that. They want to destroy the country. So I can't tell you, but it could happen.
The bill would provide funding through September 30th, but it may only have Republican support. Congressman Ro Khanna tells Fox he and House Democrats can't vote for it.
Not on this current form, not with Medicaid cuts, not with the cuts they have.
And there are other cuts Khanna says Democrats cannot support. What DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, is pushing for, trying to slash federal spending.
Elon Musk and the president should come to Congress before engaging in not spending congressionally appropriated money, and that they should make sure that they're listening to court orders. And there's a genuine concern, real concern, among people in our caucus that they're not following the Constitution separation of powers.
What DOGE is doing, though, is separate from the bill. Republicans know they have to pretty much pass on their own.
It's going to be a tight vote, and we always knew it would. We have only a 2-seat majority, and we've already had one who said he won't vote for it.
Congressman Darrell Issa is a Republican from California.
It's so important to keep the momentum that President Trump has started on, that we, in fact, deliver, and that's what we're intending to do Tuesday.
You referenced the one no among Republicans. It's a familiar name. If you follow all this, Thomas Massie, who is a congressman from Kentucky, he frequently goes against the grain on a lot of these kinds of issues. Here's what he posted on X. I'm not voting. Why would I vote to continue the waste, fraud, and abuse that DOGE has found? He said in December when they passed a CR, we were told, get to March and we'd fight. And now we're punting again. What do you think?
Well, there's two ways of looking at this. One is that you keep the momentum that this administration has given. You get what you can get, and you come back again. We call it taking another bite at the apple. And then there's the all or nothing. I've never been an all or nothing person. The Democrats aren't all or nothing. They're very good at little by little, boiling us in waste, fraud, abuse, and growth of government. And we don't seem to understand that nibbling away at it, not small bites, big bites, is good enough. And that's what this CR does. It has what they call anomalies, which is that we are cutting things out. And we are, where necessary, putting funds in for new programs on a net basis. Even though it's called a continuing resolution, it actually reduces spending.
Where does the spending cut come from? Obviously, there's been a lot of talk. Democrats are worried that you're going to slash food assistance, you're going to slash Medicaid programs, and hurt lower-class Americans who need these things.
I wish I could say that they're actually honest in that statement. They're not worried. They know that the programs they're citing are programs that actually are on autopilot. Those programs are not appropriated. They're funded through the other side of the aisle, if you will, the Ways and Means, and so they're not there. No one's going to lose. Now, Doge has discovered real corruption and real wrongdoing in our spending in a lot of areas, including some of those entitlement programs. But with the exception of clawing back outright fraud, we know that we're going to have to pass legislation to do that, and we look forward to doing it. But that's not what this bill does. This bill simply keeps the government running, allows the Border Patrol, and this is one of the key items, the Border Patrol and ICE to continue catching and deporting people. That alone, for most people, at least in my district, which includes 55 miles of the Mexican border, for my district, that would be enough all by itself to be considered a pretty important change that they want to see.
Some Democrats in the House are in districts where in the presidential vote, Donald Trump got more than Vice President Harris. Purple districts. Do you think you could get some of them on your side on this vote?
Well, the answer is yes, but I will tell you that the history has been those people vote late, meaning they're all for you after you prove you can pass it without them. And that's kind of one of those things that purple folks do is they sometimes, there's some real blue dogs on occasions, but a lot of times they talk the talk and they walk the walk only when it won't make a difference in the outcome. So we'll see. It's going to be a big Tuesday and possibly even into Wednesday. But look, I believe we get there because Donald Trump is a force of nature, a president who says what he means what he says, and does what he says he's going to do. And that means that it includes cutting massive amounts of waste in government. Now, I suspect that the $2 trillion, it may not be the same accounting that people are looking at today, but I do believe we're going to get that $2 trillion in cuts.
From Doge and all the work that it's doing?
From exposing, uncovering, and eliminating waste in government, do I believe that that there will be some of what we find gets reprogrammed into better programs? Absolutely. So there's even in the waste prevention, there's room for improvement.
Elon Musk has drawn the ire of Democrats. They've tried to stop him in court. There's an argument that what he's doing with his group of 20-somethings is not constitutional. They're not an actual government agency. Do you have concerns about the way Doge is set up or no?
Sure. We all look and say, in the business of making an omelet, we would all hope that you break eggs and none of the shells get in the omelet. But that's just not the case. Some of the shells are going to get in the omelet. We're going to have to pull those out separately. Plenty of my Democrat friends have pet programs. Some Republicans even have pet programs that they want to protect. I'm sorry, but no pets allowed. We've got to trim the size of government, or our children and grandchildren are going to inherit a bankrupted country.
President Trump has been imposing tariffs. He's put them on China, which has retaliated. He has put some on Mexico and Canada. He's delayed many of them again. He's got aluminum and steel tariffs, retaliatory tariffs coming in April. He thinks they're great, but he's hesitant when he's asked if it's possible we could get into a recession. Do you think the tariffs are good?
I believe that if a country has a trade imbalance where they sell us more than they buy, and they're using, whether it's non-tariff trade barriers or tariffs, to gain that advantage, that we should reciprocate. And moreover, in the case of Canada and Mexico, it's more than just that. If Mexico isn't doing enough to stop fentanyl from coming in and killing 100,000 Americans, and Canada isn't doing their share, it's in everyone's best interest that we say it will define our relationship.
Congressman Issa is also on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, so he'll be closely monitoring today's meeting in Saudi Arabia between leaders of the U.S. and Ukraine, trying to find a peace deal to end the war with Russia.
I think that we're going over there with an expectation that we're going to make substantial progress.
That's Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. He's part of the talks, along with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Witkoff tells Fox he hopes they can still work out that profit-sharing deal that allows the U.S. access to Ukraine's rare earth minerals, a deal that fell apart in that contentious meeting between President Trump and Ukraine's leader Volodymyr Zelensky.
First of all, a week and a half ago is something that President Zelensky has now apologized for. Remember, he was an actor not long before he became president, and he's only known war. And he's had a technique that seems to have worked with the last administration: throw tantrums, get money, leave, and have this almost delusional idea that he's going to get all of historic Ukraine back, or what he views as historic. And by the way, he hasn't been willing to face the fact that if he gets Crimea back and he gets back these areas with large amounts of Russians and Russian sympathizers, he's not going to have a manageable democracy. President Trump has looked and said, we want to get a lasting peace, and that's what we're working for. And you've got to come to the table realistic about what a lasting peace looks like. And I've got to be candid. He would have nothing but a civil war if he got all of Ukraine back today with the people who don't want to be Ukraine as he knows it.
Now, Trump critics didn't like that last month the meeting in Saudi Arabia was just U.S. and Russia, but the one today is just U.S. and Ukraine. So it looks like both sides, right, are being negotiated with here?
Absolutely. I don't care what kind of negotiations you do. There's different styles, but this style is what Henry Kissinger famously called shuttle diplomacy. In all of his activities with China, separating them from Russia, with bringing an end to the Vietnam War, Henry Kissinger was the master of not doing summits where everyone comes and you have a rose garden ceremony that leads to nothing. He went back and forth until he had deals. And so I'm a big fan of what Henry Kissinger was known for, which was shuttle diplomacy.
Back to the vote in Congress on this continuing resolution. The deadline is Friday to avert a government shutdown. Let's say the House does narrowly pass something. How does it get through the Senate?
Well, the old expression here on Capitol Hill is that the Democrats in the House are our adversaries, but the Senate can sometimes be our enemy. I certainly believe that when it gets to the Senate will look and say, oh, those fools in the House, they didn't get it. And I suspect that they will make it less what I want. But with President Trump's insistence, it's going to be good enough. And so I believe that what will happen is it'll ping pong just once. We'll send it over. They're going to do a few things to get a few Democrats on board. And it's going to come back and we're going to pass it. So I do expect that we'll be passing and leaving town in a fairly timely manner and spending a week with our constituents, which is very important. When you make a vote like this, you need to go back and talk to your constituents.
Some of your colleagues have gotten nearful in meetings with constituents related to Elon Musk and Doge. Do you expect that too?
Oh, of course. And I'm going to tell you, absolutely, we're hearing it. But you know what? It's a sign of change. When you have no change, you don't have to hear anything. Everybody's getting what they want. When you're adding money to everything, the only thing you hear is, thank you, can give me more. So many success stories that you've got to admit we're making progress that wouldn't be made any other way.
Congressman Darrell Issa, Republican from California, with a big vote looming in the House. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, and stay tuned for a lot more from this administration.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free, to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in Saudi Arabia today for meetings as the U.S. tries to broker a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. House votes today on a measure that'll keep the government running through September. All Democrats are expected to vote against it, and at least one Republican has said he will not support it. And Israel sending a delegation to Qatar today to discuss the second stage of the ceasefire hostage release deal with Hamas. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
All the fill timers out there. Did I hear that correctly? Fill timers. So it's not full time or part time. It's fill time. Fill timers. Hey, fill timers. That's his fan base out there, right? Like the word we're going to do.
Phil's the lead.
Phil's World. I think we have a segment that we've also kicked around called Phil's Facebook feed, and now we have the Phil timer. I mean, Zioli, Dom, Dawn, myself.
You know you do.
Dawn, we better watch. Let's appease the Phil timers here.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. Stocks tumbling with the Dow turning negative for the year on fears that a global trade war will hurt economic growth. Monday's losses follow the worst week for U.S. stocks since September on concerns that on and off again tariffs will either hurt the economy directly or create enough uncertainty to stall economic growth. The Dow falling 890 points, the Nasdaq lower by 728, S&P 500 down 156. Shares of big tech companies extended their sell-off with Tesla leading the charge. Its stock fell 15% after a UBS analyst downgraded the EV maker and reduced first quarter delivery projections. Tesla is down more than 50% from a record high set in December. More earnings are on tap for today, including Dick's Sporting Goods, Kohl's, and Viking Holdings, among others. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ahead of the weekend, the Trump administration announced it was pulling $400 million worth of grants and federal funding to Columbia University after more than a week of protests against Israel.
We will unmask. We will send 3 unmasked Barnard students if you unmask your finances and tell us exactly where Barnard...
Noah Letterman, a Jewish student at Columbia University, told Fox News last week.
Protesters yesterday were handing out stickers with faces of Yahya Sinwar and Hassan Nasrallah, and they handed out a pamphlet that was created by the Hamas media office called Our Narrative. This is blatantly pro-terror.
Monday, the president of Harvard University wrote a joint letter with the provost, vice president, and CFO, informing staff of a new hiring pause. The letter said universities throughout the nation face substantial financial uncertainties driven by rapidly shifting federal policies. Over the weekend, the president's Homeland Security Department, ICE, arrested a Palestinian man, Mahmoud Khalil, for his role in anti-Israel protests at Columbia. He was no longer a graduate student as of December, but was still living in university housing with a green card. Attorney Leo Terrell leads the DOJ's task force to combat anti-Semitism, and he told Fox's Harris Faulkner Monday, between university funding being pulled and this arrest,
the task force is sending a message. The Trump administration and Pam Bondi will not tolerate anti-Semitism on college campuses. And I'm very happy that Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Education, has joined our forces on this task force to work with us because we are going to eradicate anti-Semitic behavior.
Khalil was arrested by immigration officials and was being held at the LaSalle detention facility in Louisiana. The Office of the New York Attorney General says she is in touch with Khalil's attorney. A judge has set a hearing date for him Wednesday and said Khalil should not be deported unless and until this court says otherwise.
Immigration law of the United States does not distinguish between classes of aliens when it comes to promotion of terrorist activity.
Andy McCarthy is a former federal prosecutor and Fox News contributor.
Secretary Rubio has been right in his public statements and in his confirmation hearing testimony that the logic, obviously, is you shouldn't be able to do in the United States as an alien activity for which, if you did it outside the United States, our laws wouldn't let you come in the first place. That is, you'd be excludable. And in the realm of terrorism, that's clearly true. So the laws that cover both exclusion and deportation hold that if you have been part of a group that either endorses or espouses terrorist activity, you are deportable and excludable. Obviously, if you've engaged in terrorist activity, which includes being a member of a formally designated terrorist organization or having terrorist training or contributing in some material way to terrorist activity like fundraising or recruitment and the like, that's an easier case. But the law is broad enough that it embraces even endorsing and espousing terrorism, because what we're talking about here is the privilege of being in the United States, which is very different from what we require of the government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt before you can convict somebody of material support to terrorism. We don't require that somebody be a convictable terrorist felon in order to trigger what we need to do to get somebody kicked out of the country.
Now, would you imagine his attorney and his argument would be, hey, free speech laws still apply to me, that he would try and make the case that he was just demanding, for example, that Colombia divest of Israel, or, that they were protesting Israel and that should be allowed?
Yeah, certainly they're going to make that argument. And I think they'd even go further and probably argue that based on the sort of Cold War era cases that dealt with the Red Scare stuff and the response to that by the courts and to some extent by Democrats in Congress. But, those are the arguments that get made all the time. The problem that they have is a green card holder is deemed to be, under the immigration laws, it's known as a lawful permanent resident alien, which is the highest category of immigration protection for a non-American. And in a lot of realms of the law, like tax law and a few other areas, they're deemed to be what we call U.S. persons, which means he'll want to argue that he's basically indistinguishable from an American citizen. But that's not how the law is across the board. And immigration law in particular, the way that it treats people who have any connection to terrorist activity, being a lawful permanent resident isn't a trump card as it is in some other areas of the law.
So we are also learning that this administration is revoking hundreds of millions of dollars in funding. To start with, Columbia University, part of this is due to what the Trump administration finds to be illegal protests. So a university that allows illegal protests was told they run this risk. What are illegal protests, and is that covered by an EO, or does that reach further into the law?
Yeah, it's a great question because it calls for two things, right? First, objectively, what could be an illegal protest versus a legal protest, which I think I can address. The other thing is, what does the Trump administration mean by that, which you have to kind of get into their head to understand where they think the lines are. Let me tell you where I think the lines are. You can't have illegality without crime. And in the United States, under the First Amendment, we have free speech and free association. So generally speaking, if you're talking about Americans in the United States, let's start with that. If they're engaged in activity that's obnoxious and 99.9% of people would find to be deeply offensive, as long as they haven't crossed the line into incitement to illegal conduct, that kind of speech and the fact that they are associated together, making it in the form of a rally or a protest, is not against the law. Now, as I just pointed out, there's a different, lesser grade of protection for non-Americans, even lawful permanent residents. So if you're gathered together in order to endorse or espouse the activities of Hamas, it might be impossible under those circumstances to arrest an American for that, or to find that that activity is illegal if it's engaged in by Americans. But that's not the case with people who are aliens and who are here in basically at the sufferance of the country, as opposed to, but when an American citizen is in the United States, the government works for the American citizen, not the other way around. Whereas if you're a non-American and you're in the United States, it's here because the government has allowed you to be here, even if you're in a heightened state. So you have more, the government has more ways to regard what you're doing as illegal, even if it's not criminal. I wish I could say the bright line here is criminality, but there's subtlety to it. Usually the bright line with the First Amendment is, have you crossed from constitutionally protected expression into incitement of violence? But depending on where a protest happens and who engages in it, there can be more leeway for the government to intervene.
Sounds like we'll be hearing more about this, especially because, as you know, Andy, Harvard's president says they're implementing a hiring freeze. They're writing in a letter that they need to prepare for a wide range of financial circumstances with this new federal administration. Are we going to see, do you anticipate likely more cuts to more universities who allow a certain level of protest on their campuses?
Well, we certainly should. I mean, I have to say that when I heard the report about Columbia, my first reaction was not, can he do this? Can Trump do this? My first reaction was, why on earth are we giving $400 million to Columbia? That's like an astonishing, ridiculous. And I say that I went to Columbia, so it's not like I have anything against giving money to Columbia. They got plenty of mine, but I mean, that's a lot of money.
Well, Harvard's endowment is $53 billion.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think endowments are the things that they'll go for next, and they should. A lot of this stuff, it's astonishing that these Ivy League universities, and I guess Harvard's endowment is probably twice what Columbia's is, but even if Columbia's is only $20 billion, that's nothing to sneeze at. You wonder why the government thinks it has to give goo-gobs of money to these institutions when they have, they're rolling in money of their own. And the idea that those we have all this talk about, taxing the rich and tax the 1% and tax the this and tax the that, but don't you dare touch the endowments.
Now, the way the Trump administration is handling universities and individuals in light of the protest is markedly different from how the Biden administration handled them. President Trump does have an executive order that pledges to, quote, quell pro-Hamas vandalism and intimidation and investigate and punish anti-Jewish racism in leftist anti-American colleges and universities.
Columbia, after much negotiation with my old unit, the Legal Bureau, finally, Columbia said, yeah, we'll press charges, but they would only press on trespass violation.
Paul Morrow is a retired NYPD inspector, Fox News contributor who worked as commanding officer of the city's police department's legal bureau.
Which is nothing. It's a summons. It goes away. They should have charged a misdemeanor, which they had purchased to do, but they wouldn't do that. And ultimately, it doesn't matter because Columbia dropped all the charges anyway. Almost all the charges in the takeover last year, which included, in my mind, the kidnapping and all kinds of property damage. And they just dropped the charges. And that's why these things, they continue, because Columbia coddles them. But I was talking to a federal official recently who was fairly up the chain. And I said, look, you have federal law on your side. Why are you not, we were talking about a particular perp. Why are you not just taking the warrant, because there's an ICE warrant purportedly in the case I'm talking about, and going into court when this person is appearing in state court on state charges? There was an assault charge. And just grabbing the body, literally going into court at this guy's appearance and say, how are you? We are the feds. We have a federal warrant. Anybody interferes is going to be charged with federal obstruction. Get out of the way. You're coming with us. At the end of the day, the feds have the law on their side. And if you're here illegally committing crimes, we have the power to launch you out of the country and back into your home country.
Paul Morrow, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Always fun.
Wake Up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is 0 risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Talks have now begun on a ceasefire with Russia and Saudi Arabia to end the war in Ukraine. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the goal is for the U.S. to end the bloodshed.
What we're hoping is that both sides realize that this is not a conflict that can end by military means. It can only end by diplomatic means. And the president's role is to bring them both to the table to get this resolved.
The House votes today on a measure that would keep the government running through September. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries says his party does not support the plan.
Extreme MAGA Republicans want to shut down the government. The House Republican so-called spending bill does nothing to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
Republican Thomas Massie of Kentucky says he'll vote against it. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The defending American League champions received brutal news on Monday. Yankees right-hander Garrett Cole will undergo Tommy John surgery, ending his 2025 season before it began. In a statement on social media, the former Cy Young Award winner said in part, quote, "This isn't the news any athlete wants to hear, but it's the necessary next step for my career. I have a lot left to give, and I'm fully committed to the work ahead." It's just the latest blow to a Yankees rotation that has been hit hard by injuries. Reigning AL Rookie of the Year winner Luis Gil is expected to miss at least 3 months due to a lat strain. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
In 9 days, the ability to negotiate with free agents occurs. And the Titans, the Giants, and the Jets have to decide if they're paying the veterans or if they're trading up or selecting Sanders or Ward at number 1 overall. And Ward met with those teams for the first time for 18 minutes last week. This week, both he and Sanders will be in Nashville to meet as one of the 30 visits for the Tennessee Titans. And the number 1 pick decision also begins to really form this week in Nashville. I'm not on board and fully sold on the fact that Cam Ward goes to the Titans at number 1. If we see a huge swing in perception this week, it's because behind the scenes, news and notes are out that they were very impressed with what they saw from the young quarterback.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump's billionaire advisor, Elon Musk, is calling for cuts to entitlement spending, including Social Security and Medicare. It's an assertion that directly contradicts the president's pledge to not touch those programs. Many Republicans on Capitol Hill have also been adamant entitlement programs would not be part of DOJ's cuts. But Musk told Fox Business most of the federal spending is entitlements, so that's, quote, the big one to eliminate. Musk spoke with Fox Business on the day he saw shares of Tesla take their biggest hit since 2020, and also after his X social media platform was temporarily taken down by a cyber attack. Shareholders are hoping Dick's Sporting Goods will report strong sales in Tuesday's earnings report that covers the holiday season. Kohl's will also be reporting. It's been struggling of late, and the retailer's outlook could disappoint, with consumers cutting back on spending. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day always brings the smiles. That'll be the case on Saturday, April 5th at 4:05 when the Phils play the Dodgers and kids 14 and under receive a knit hat. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Baseball is a team sport, and it's always more fun with friends. Phillies group tickets are on sale now. Gather your group of 25 or more and visit phillies.com/groups for more info and to purchase tickets today.
Look, this country was founded on freedom. Freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea and then trying to blockade us when we dumped their tea into the ocean. How'd that work out? Well, it's time to throw your overpriced big wireless contract overboard as well. Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, my cell phone company, says no to inflated prices. With a qualifying plan, you can choose an iPhone 14 or a Samsung Galaxy for $0. And yes, this is for premium service on America's most dependable 5G network. Get your iPhone 14, Samsung Galaxy, $0 qualifying plan. You just dial pound 250. You say the keywords Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. No hassle, no gimmicks, just honest-to-goodness wireless price right. Dial pound 250. You say the keywords Pure Talk. Claim your new iPhone or Galaxy with a qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, which is America's wireless company. Visit puretalk.com for details.
Phil Martelli here, co-chair with John Griffin of the Coaches vs. Cancer Alumni Chapter, asking you to join us, Philadelphia coaches and Big Five Hall of Famers at the Coaches vs. Cancer 20 Tip-Off Breakfast, presented by Acme Markets, on Monday, March 17th, on the floor of the iconic Palestra. Get tips for your NCAA tournament bracket from the media, coaches, and former players. See you there.
For tickets and info, go to phillycbc.org. That's phillycbc.org.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, March 11th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Shout out to all the Phil timers out there that are tuned in solely for him. He is coming up in 3 hours and 51 minutes. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to you as well. Congrats to your husband, Larry.
Is he pregnant?
Yes, and I am not the father. Gregory, how are you, sir?
Hi, buddy. How are you? Doing well this morning.
I'm chipper.
Yeah?
Chippy. I'm ecstatic.
Beautiful day yesterday. Going to be a beautiful day today.
Yes.
Let's bottle this weather and
keep it forever.
Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Who objects to, what was it, 62 yesterday, 63?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think it was hotter than...
I think it was like 67,
68.
Oh, I love
depending on where you were.
I love it. Gave the girls a lecture yesterday because I got the text message from them as they were boarding the bus. And they said, Daddy, can you pick us up? I don't want to walk back to the house.
Nope.
And I said, no. I said, well, why? Well, it's a little cool out. I said, cool?
Yep.
It's 28 degrees. You ask me if I need a jacket.
Yep.
No, you can walk today. It's 67.
Walk.
Tell me
Damn
it's
it.
cold. Lazy.
Exactly.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm going to send my kids to China and have them take 8 hours of mandatory AI education in the Chinese classrooms.
Man.
Very interesting story that we will get to and compare to the education in our country. Big story that came out from Florida that shows Florida is not only the #1 state for education right now in America, but also statewide economically. And then we'll look at where Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and New York are.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, it's not China. Let's put it that way. And that's coming up a little bit later. But
China-
today is really all about Elon Musk.
China ahead of the curve, as usual.
Yes.
Will boat race us, as Nick Kayal says, within 6 years.
Yes. It's going to be a biblical beatdown, but I'll
Yeah.
be dead from a heart attack by then, so
True.
y'all are on your own.
Not going to affect you at all.
That's right.
Nope.
Big day today. A big take on Elon Musk with everything that has been happening to X with the outages yesterday. Thoughts and prayers as all of you couldn't get on X.
He blamed Ukraine.
As I was asleep taking a nap.
The IP address came from Ukraine. Did it.
All the people that make their look, and I get it. Some people actually do make their living, and perhaps or presumably a good living, based on engagement on social media. I woke up though and I saw once it was restored, Sean Farish tweeted, "Did everybody survive the X attack? Are we okay?" I'm like,
X
wait,
attack.
did we get hit with a nuke? Did I sleep through something big? Or did you have to get off your phone for 4 hours and go for a jog?
9 o'clock this morning is the time that everybody needs to be tuned in. 9 a.m. this morning. Sean Farish and Alex Byerson. Byerson?
I have it as Biron. I'm going to say Byron until somebody corrects me.
Alex Byron. Thank you, Nikhil.
But I'll be wrong, so don't trust me. Don't run with that for too long.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk will join us at 9 o'clock this morning.
Together for their first joint conversation
Yep.
on Kayal and Company. All right, let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news at 6:04, the great Dawn Sensland.
And good morning. Tuesday morning, you're going to love the forecast. We're in the 40s right now, low 40s, heated up to 69 degrees. Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group on this Tuesday, March the 11th. So we have in the news this morning several incidents, but I must begin this morning with the levels of shootings that are happening across Philadelphia. We have 6 shootings that struck victims across the city of Philadelphia. 6 people injured, and that follows many separate shooting incidents across the city of Philadelphia, according to police. So the first one happened, you think of what a beautiful evening it was last night, and the days are getting longer and all of that, but the first shooting happened right before 6:30. This was West Philadelphia. 28-year-old man shot in his head, 52nd Street, and then runs off up to Haverford Avenue. He was rushed up to Penn Pres to the hospital there, where he's listed in stable condition after being shot in the head. I think when you hear these shootings, when you hear about them, all I could think about was these miracle workers across our emergency departments, medical staff, nurses, and doctors. That second shooting happened within 28 minutes in the city's Hunting Park neighborhood, 800 block of West Pike Street. A 14-year-old and a 37-year-old were both shot, both victims in stable condition as well. And then minutes later, more gunshots ring out. This is the city of Philadelphia. This one, Girard Avenue in the Parkside section of Philadelphia. Another teen, 14 years young, shot, this time in the arm. This 14-year-old boy in stable condition this morning in the hospital. And then a second victim in that situation, 20-year-old woman, suffered a graze wound. It did not go through her chest, but grazed her chest. She's in stable condition at Lankenau. But I'm not done. The fourth shooting, North Philadelphia, 3100 block of 22nd Street. And that happened just after 8:15 in the evening. A man was shot once in the lower abdomen, taken to Temple University Hospital, and that victim in extremely critical condition. 6 shootings, including those 14-year-olds that I mentioned. The age ranges, I was looking, 14 up to 37 years old. Everybody survived. Everybody's in the hospital.
2 things, a sales proposal as well as a question. I think we should get King Shooter Supply back in here and have them sponsor the Stensland Shooting Minute, where we can we can make money off of people's stupidity in the city. And also, here's the question. Now that the clocks have gone ahead, do the shootings occur later now that there's more daylight?
That's a good question.
I'd actually really love to know if there's data that shows that they're more frequent with more
I don't think
light.
it matters. I don't think it matters. Broad daylight, dead of night, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, you're probably right. Probably doesn't factor into their decision-making.
How sad is that?
It is.
You know?
Yeah.
We have also Pennsylvania making national news with word of this missing University of Pittsburgh student, Sudishka Konaki. Her clothing was found on the Dominican Republican beach, where authorities now say they believe she was last seen going for a swim. So she was 20 years young, a legal permanent United States resident and an Indian citizen. She had vanished last week. It's spring break right now for all the college kids. And she had vanished last week. She was with a group of students on spring break to a spring break trip from U of Pittsburgh to the resort there in Punta Cana. And this is according to authorities. So Kananki and one of her friends were actually Virginia, Loudoun County residents. However, she's a University of Pittsburgh student, the group of kids apparently from PA. So her clothing discovered on a beach bed close to the beach where she went missing. Police find no evidence of violence. This after going to a nightclub Wednesday night. I say this because there were other women traveling with her. There were some State Department concerns about spring breakers, and there were concerns that she had drowned to death, yes, but that there was foul play involved.
Wow.
So we're trying to watch this very carefully. Was she with someone?
Mm-hmm.
Was there foul play? Or was this a tragic accident?
Yeah, we're actually, speaking of these horrific stories, we're now at the 20-year anniversary of Natalie Holloway, if you remember that story.
Oh, I interviewed her mom.
Oh,
over
yeah.
the years. Her mom started a charity. Her mom was here and everywhere.
Yep.
My wife and I were captivated
goodness.
by that story our last year of college.
Yeah, it's these spring break stories. I mean, they don't happen a lot. Like you said, it was like the last one that got national attention was the Natalie Holloway one. But, you know, when you send a bunch of kids to another country.
How the hell do these college kids afford this?
And, I mean, dude.
They have all kinds of deals.
Oh, they do?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they want stupid Americans down there spending money, getting drunk, and
on the booze cruise,
and disappearing in the ocean.
Yep, yeah. Did anybody on the show do a spring break?
Sure.
Yeah. I never did a spring break. If I would have, it would have been in probably Fort Lauderdale or something in Florida. I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have done the Dominican.
I think it's scary. You think Aruba, Natalie Holloway, Aruba. You think and her parents had said at the time, her mom, they thought it was safe.
Yeah.
And they went with their entire school group.
And then along came that scumbag Joran Vandersloot.
By the way, I've been to Aruba many times. It's a lovely island.
Oh, I love it.
And it's a very safe island.
Yeah.
Just because one thing happens, it's.
You have to do it. The crown jewel one time is Atlantis. My wife and I did it in 2013, and it was not cheap, but it was. I mean, it blows away Punta Cana and all the other ones that are out there.
I love it. They've redone it, and it's much more expensive now. You know what I mean?
Oh,
But-
even more than it was 12 years?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
It's a fortune.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll just refinance something.
I know, right? But it is, I agree with you. Atlantis is gorgeous.
Oh, it was amazing.
We have an investigation underway in what's being called, and this is Montgomery County on the main line, Montgomery County grade school. What they are describing, police are saying some very hateful and hurtful graffiti, including swastikas, some really vulgar, nasty words, drawings, but vandalizing this local grade school. And so there is an investigation underway.
It's not the main line. It's.
Oh, that's right.
It's
It's
the
Upper
Happer Horsham
Moreland.
area.
Although, Greg, I will point out to you, it's Upper Moreland Elementary School. They call Westchester the main line now.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
is it expanding?
Yeah, they've expanded. Well,
Yeah,
it's
it's
probably
like
the
my
salespeople, the brand managers of our region, but they actually call. My husband always says like Westchester's the main line, but they do claim that.
Yeah.
But anyway, you're right. It's Montgomery County. Discovery of this hateful vandalism. Both Upper Moreland Elementary and middle school properties there.
Mhm.
And so the vandals were spotted in the back of the school and the playground areas. So they've released this security camera where you can see this vehicle and it's speeding away. You can see at the end of the video, if you watch it, that it's a red kind of a sedan.
Yeah.
That gets away, but it does include the swastikas, some vulgar words. They're trying to clean that up, but as well put the word out. They're trying to get these guys who spend about 20 minutes.
Oh my God!
Well, they're training to be for the cause when it comes to Gaza and Palestine. They're young whippersnappers in the making. Future Ivy League students, which, by the way, we'll give you a story later about all of the anti-Semitism on college campuses in the Lehigh Valley. Of all places.
By the way, with all the surveillance cameras and everything, do these kids think they're going to get away with stuff now? You know what I mean? Like they don't think schools and school property is monitored. Of course it is. You know what I mean? Like it's ridiculous that. Whatever.
I mean, I can't. Can you make out the license plate?
No.
Maybe they're not. So maybe that. I wonder, did they cover the plate, or is
Yeah.
it just that it's blurry? But what they're obviously going through and trying to track that vehicle. And even sometimes they'll ask residents if they're going through a residential area.
Yeah.
Do you have? Can everybody check, please, your doorbell style cameras? Did anybody get a red vehicle during this time? And they'll go door to door, even neighborhoods, just trying to track the vehicle, hoping they can get that plate.
Well, Nick, you said future college students. That area is not a woke area, so I'm not 100% sure that your claim that it's that it's about the Palestinians and the Gaza is true.
Yeah.
Well, I think it might just be a bunch of kids who are just trying to be
being dopes.
Yeah,
being dopes. But we've seen the floodgates open on anti-Semitism since October of 2023.
Well, that's true. We do have some Steven Spielberg sightings, apparently, and this particular spot is South Jersey that we're hearing that Spielberg is in the area for his next big movie. And so state troopers had to block off all the roads, as they often do. With the local cops, the state cops, they'll block off roadways and that sort of thing. But it's a rural area with some train tracks, and it's in both Tuckahoe and Woodbine, New Jersey. But I know there were Spielberg sightings as well in the Philadelphia area, so I don't know if where he's staying or where the crew is staying, but we've had a lot of different, buzz about Spielberg's in the area.
So they're filming a Spielberg movie in South Jersey, and he might be staying in Philadelphia.
And Emily Blunt as well, and Coleman Domingo, other stars.
Who's Coleman Domingo?
So
look him up.
I actually made a cameo in a movie in 1999 in Easton, Pennsylvania.
My angel is
Yeah.
the centerfold.
Yeah.
What movie?
Did you ever see the movie called The Florentine?
I know Jim Florentine.
Do you remember the actor Michael Madsen?
Nope.
You don't remember Michael Madsen?
No.
He's like, nope.
It was like a low-budget movie. We got stuck behind him in the Michael Madsen and the cat from 90210, Luke
Perry.
Luke Perry.
Yep.
And Michael Madsen were the two actors. And my dad and I were coming across the Free Bridge from Phillipsburg, New Jersey to Easton, and we got stuck behind those two guys in a car together. But of course, they weren't driving it; it was being towed along and filmed for Hollywood.
Did you get paid?
No.
By the way, Coleman Domingo from Philadelphia went to Temple.
Yes.
Yep.
And just a headline for you. The owners, remember we did the story, and this is South Jersey, the Jersey Kebab restaurant owners that ICE had gone to their establishment. It was not a raid.
Yeah.
But the father in the case, he was actually let go with an ankle bracelet. The mother in the case scheduled for a hearing today. So we're just watching this, a federal immigration hearing after agents took her into custody last month. So just a thought to give you a heads up on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, some good news for us, as I'm not surprised, but the announcement did come down that, yes, the Eagles have accepted the White House invitation to head to the Super Bowl celebration at the White House.
Yes.
So nailing down those deets.
I think the word was it ecstatic? Let me see here.
Yes, ecstatic.
Yes, they are.
The E word.
No, I'm sorry. Enthusiastically accepting the invite to the White House. There you go.
Which is nice.
Jalen Hurts going to have a MAGA hat on.
Which is fine.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be awesome. What do you think? Well, Lane Johnson could very well put a MAGA hat on. I would put that at even money.
You would?
Yeah.
So do we think
Oklahoma boy?
Do we think they're all going to go?
No, I told you. What was it? 2 weeks ago, you asked that. I'd say there's 53 guys on the roster. I'll go under 50. There'll be at least 3 people that skip out.
Brandon Graham is going to be one of them. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I think that, but I do.
Yeah. He's a Michigan boy. Who knows? He might have posters of Gretchen Whitmer in his bedroom.
I think they should all go. I think it doesn't matter what your political allegiance are. You need to be or if you get invited to the White House, you go.
Yeah. Yeah. I figured this. I mean, that was my prediction. Like Dawn. The climate's different now. Things have changed from the first time around when Nikki Foles took us to the promised land.
Yes. I'm glad they're going. It's just nice. What's not nice, the headlines this morning again with the Dow dropping, and we're watching that very carefully. Headlines, and Nick will talk about this with Elon Musk, Doge, and as well we'll be talking about Trump, the stock market, all of that in the headlines.
Hey, by the way, too, you mentioned it as far as things dropping. Phil gave me this right before we started.
What dropped?
Egg prices in the last 10 days are down 77 cents per dozen, which would be a 11.26% drop. $6.08 a dozen is your going rate in America.
See?
Well, they were actually
pancakes, not omelets, people.
They were $5.90. I told you yesterday they were $5.97 at Aldi on yesterday's show. So that's actually below average.
This is your extra special Nick Kayal on Kayal & Company report. The egg report.
Look, I mean, John.
How about the cranberry bogs?
That's right. As John F. Kennedy once famously said on this show.
I like omelets.
And you know what? You got to crack some eggs if you want to make an omelet.
I could eat an omelet at every meal.
But not at $6 a pop.
By the way, Road Warrior and New and Price on the YouTube chat are having their own little
What?
back and forth, and it is they might be mocking Jalen Hurts.
Oh,
and his
be nice.
And his Window Nation spot.
Proud sponsor of our Veteran Spotlight.
They're
here
a
on
great
1210 WPHT. You jack munches.
They are a great sponsor. They just the Jalen might have a mouthful of marbles.
Yeah. Come on, when you're doing those commercials, Jalen,
try harder not to suck.
Well, that could apply to the Sixers.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy. Lost to the Hawks, 132-123. The good news is we suck so bad that we'll get, as Nick Kayal famously said, we'll get more balls.
Big balls.
And
the biggest
so,
ones.
For the lottery.
Yes.
So we got that going for us.
That's
which
right.
Is nice.
Yep.
And that's not all. We are 69 degrees for your high today. What a gorgeous day for the forecast. Warmest day of the week. So maybe we'll break a record or two. Get out and enjoy the bright sunshine. Piazza Auto Group, thank you for sponsoring our first edition Kayal & Company News Live. Experience the difference from Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Shop their extensive inventory of new as well as certified pre-owned Hyundai models like the Santa Fe, the Tucson, the Palisade, online at piazzahyundai.com. Piazza Auto Group sponsors us for First Edition Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Big Take is coming up on the other side as Elon Musk is officially in the crosshairs, not just with X, but also at his Tesla dealerships. Front and center, Elon Musk on the other side. But right now, front and center should be you focusing on your lawn. That's right, Natural Lawn of America, because when you're choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and your pets. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. But don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners that are switching to Natural Lawn and their safer services. You can schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding every single year, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit OliverHeatCool.com. OliverHeatCool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at CozyJewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Happy Tuesday to all of you. Kayal Company, 625 here on this March 11th. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Fire up that Odyssey app if you're going oot and a boot. If you're not and you're at the kitchen table having breakfast, watch us on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. And hit all those buttons, the like button, the subscribe button, and everything else that Stocker tells you to smash. Elon Musk, front and center. He will join us. I say Elon Musk in air quotes, alongside Donald Trump in air quotes, coming up for the first ever joint conversation between the two on Kayal Company. Guaranteed to be better than when they were together on the Sean Hannity show on Fox News, because I'm going to shut up and get out of the way. But right now, it's time to bloviate. It's time for a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
All right, it's brought to you by Staples. Elon Musk in the crosshairs. You know, if this was professional wrestling, it would be the biggest heel turn of all time. For those that don't understand the reference, it's going from a good guy to a bad guy. Elon Musk was once adored by the left for his views on climate change, his Tesla car, and then he traded it all in for a black MAGA hat, and now he's the number one target of deranged progressives and the mainstream media, as well as the Democrat Party. And I think it's become crystal clear over the last 3 or 4 days when you think about it, from protests and vandalism at multiple Tesla headquarters to the threats he receives on social media from TikTok users to the latest alleged cyber attacks yesterday on social media platform X. It has become obvious he is now on par with Donald Trump. And yes, I'm aware he hasn't been prosecuted like Trump has, and thank God he hasn't been shot at. But it's also very early on. And those things didn't happen to Trump until he was around for 7 or 8 years in the political arena. And here's the knocking on wood that it never happens. But yesterday's big news happened in the late morning hours as we approached the lunchtime hour, as X reportedly underwent multiple cyber attacks. Listen and watch this breaking news report.
Okay, this just in. John, if you're having issues on X today, perhaps you are at home. I certainly have been today. Apparently, there is an outage, and Elon Musk now says that a foreign actor might be responsible for this. This is what he wrote. He says there still is a massive cyber attack against X. We get attacked every day, but this was done with a lot of resources, either a large coordinated group and or a country is involved. So some serious allegations there from the owner of X.
And perhaps to the surprise of some, the legacy media was actually all over this story. CNN with a front page story yesterday. Headline, Elon Musk's X hit by waves of outages in what he claims is a massive cyber attack. CNN wrote the following. According to outage tracking site Down Detector, the problems began around 6 a.m. Eastern when up to 21,000 users reported problems. The issues temporarily died down before nearly 40,000 more users reported outages at 10 a.m. Since 12:30 p.m. yesterday, there had been about 26,000 reports at the time of writing. Many users on Down Detector complained that the app wouldn't load, and the outage appeared to be global, according to Down Detector's international sites. Down Detector data is self-reported, meaning it doesn't fully represent the outage's scale. CNN reached out to X, though the company doesn't usually respond to press inquiries. That according to what CNN wrote. So who is responsible for this? Well, Elon Musk joined Larry Kudlow yesterday on Fox Business, and he said his tracing findings reveal the following. Listen and watch this.
Another thing, everyone's attacking you for your position. What are you doing in the government? There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced. Yes. It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
Well, we're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Oh, well, so that's your suspicion. Is the website, is the internet up? Is it up yet?
It's up, yeah.
It's up yet. Okay, good.
So IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area doesn't mean it's the Ukrainian government. Could be some whiz kid, but there's two ways to look at this, at least the way I view it from the Ukraine allegations. Could make total sense. Zelensky's slush fund is drying up. Many tech wizards, presumably with Ukrainian ties, or maybe just in their feelings, and they pull off this hack. Or the flip side. Elon is lying, and this is political leverage to get a deal done with Zelensky, Trump, and Putin. General Mike Flynn, with a different perspective, he posted the following, quote, check to see if the CIA was acting behind the scenes first before going off on China or Russia, please. There is a silent war still going on inside of the United States to undermine the administration of President Donald Trump. That could also be possible. Who knows? None of us can truly say, or it just could have been technology crapping out, like Stalker's board on a Wednesday morning. But there's no doubt that Elon has a bullseye on his back. Here were the protests outside of a Tesla dealership just over the weekend. Listen and watch this.
Elon Musk has got to go! Elon Musk has got to go!
NBC News with the following headline, quote, Tesla facilities face wave of attacks as Elon Musk delves into politics. They write, in one single case, a 40-year-old woman is accused of vandalizing a Tesla dealership in Colorado 5 times over multiple weeks. In total, there have been over 10 incidents at various locations nationwide in the recent weeks. The always tolerant, inclusive, and mostly peaceful left. A lot of women in their 40s, 50s, and 60s with rage and blue hair roaming the streets. They seem stable, don't they? Speaking of stable, let's go to our nation's capital, where this protest over Doge just happened. Listen and watch this.
When you wake up or when you're on your weekend and you get the fork in the road message, or you get the subsequent 5 bullets, hey, what the hell did you do, you lazy federal worker, this week? Frightening is it that someone on X, the owner of X, speaks to you directly to say, what did you do last week at work? And if you don't answer, I am going to fire you. But even more egregious, the president comes out, the most powerful person in the land, and endorses that message. How do you think that makes federal workers feel?
I know not everybody is on YouTube, but that lady was outside wearing a mask with nobody within 15 feet of her shouting into a microphone. Pretty sure she didn't vote for Trump regardless. But what's happened here, in my opinion, is quite simple. Elon Musk has triggered an entire generation of liberals. And why? Because he's unearthed corruption at the highest levels. Sure, the obvious statement is he's joined forces with Trump, but he's unearthing all of the absurdities that we've all expected and suspected. And to elicit this type of reaction means only one thing. He's doing a really good job. Here was Trump with Maria Bartiromo on Sunday. Listen and watch this.
You just said what he's done is unbelievable. Now, you could then add some, well, but what about he's found hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fake contracts, and I read them, just a tiny portion of them, the other night. Transgender surgery on mice, the money they're spending on all of this stuff, the whole thing's a scam. And you'll find ultimately that the money that they sent comes back to a lot of the people that made those deals, okay? You're going to find that. What he's also done is made people realize how many people should be cut. Because normally you go in and you say, all right, cut 4% of your workforce. He said cut 50%, 60%, 70%. That's a big thing. No, he's done a great job.
Elon Musk will reportedly, by his own admission, be out of the Doge department in the summer of 2026. But in the meantime, you can expect the man exposing the rot and bloated funding to be under constant observation, scrutiny, and threats, probably every single day moving forward, and perhaps forever. Trump knows a thing or two about that, but something tells me that Elon Musk can handle it. And in a sick and twisted way, I think Elon Musk relishes it. And yes, I voted for this as well. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the good folks at Staples. Your local Staples, where I get my legal pads and pens, has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends April 5th. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, let us have your opinions on social media. I think X is working, unless they've been hacked, and also on YouTube. Dawn, this was occurring yesterday during your show, if I look at the clocks correctly, unless you've changed day parts.
It was pretty much intermittent. So even though there was an outage, and then it seemed like they would get it back, and then it was, I would say, intermittent, even though they said it was brief.
Yeah. Do you buy the Ukraine hack or somebody with a Ukrainian IP address? Is this next level politics? Is this 3D chess? Is this all about getting the better end of a deal to make Ukraine look bad as they shut down Elon Musk's X? I think from what I read, there were 4 distinct mass outages throughout the day between the hours of 6 a.m. and about 1:15 p.m. I'm not sure that I buy Ukraine. It could be China. It could be Russia. It could be a couple of kids drinking Mountain Dew and eating Cheetos in a dorm room that are super talented and smart, right?
Well, there is a group named a Dark Storm, a pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish group.
Could be them as well.
They have put word out. They claim that they did this hack.
Okay.
So that if you believe them, but they are a group of hackers, I guess.
Okay.
They put out the word that they claim they did this.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a way to I would assume that they have different ways of investigating this.
Yep. And I think Elon Musk has probably obviously done the tracing, or somebody that works with him has done the tracing, and, we'll see what happens. I mean, ultimately, that's pennies on the dollar. I think the big picture question here is moving forward. I mean, is Elon Musk, and I'll ask the question because I said this about Trump a year ago, and, not amazingly, but maybe amazingly, it did happen. Somebody tried to kill him. We've got a lot of deranged, mentally ill people out there, and we say that somewhat tongue-in-cheek at times when we mock people with blue hair on TikTok. But we're not lying when there is, legitimately sick human beings out there, and Trump has faced death threats. Is Elon Musk the next guy?
Well, we know that they have said there were death threats against him already.
He claims that he gets them on a daily basis.
I believe it. I just think that it doesn't get reported as much, and it does not behoove him or anybody else to openly and publicly and regularly discuss that. I'll just tell you right now, you have copycats. And I would even wonder when they investigate this Twitter thing, the X thing that happened that he called a massive cyber attack. I would even wonder, once the word got out, did it inspire different groups of hackers? I wouldn't be surprised. Whenever you start saying, oh, do you notice this? Oh, this school is shut down due to fill in the blank, bomb threat, whatever. And it's why we don't, in the news in general, that's why this stuff is not generally reported because of that. And they usually ask you not to constantly keep it in the headlines.
Yeah. I actually think it could have been Greg Stocker because, as we know,
not everything needs to be on Twitter.
He was the only guy in America happy yesterday about the outage.
Oh, if I could take that site down, I would in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Of course, I'm not smart enough or talented enough to know how to do any of that, so I'll just yell at it.
You would take them all down, too, wouldn't you? You would abolish 100%. Social media across the board.
Yeah.
Donald Trump saying yesterday to Republicans, conservatives, and all great Americans, Elon Musk is, quote, putting it on the line in order to help our nation, and he is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, he's Trump's shield because Elon Musk is taking the brunt of all the quote unquote, and I don't want to joke about this, bullets because they both have gotten death threats, but it's Musk is Trump's shield right now. He's the one taking all of the criticism, which is exactly set up beautifully.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
This is like welcoming in a new wrestler to your stable and letting them take all the abuse while you sit back and say, you know what, I had to deal with that for a long time. Why don't you handle that?
I don't know what Elon Musk gets out of it because the Tesla stock is tanking. Like every other business he has is tanking. So like I'm not sure what he gets out of it, but he certainly seems to relish it.
He really does. He really does. I mean,
well, here's the thing. You say that it's tanking. I would love to have that problem.
yeah, it's first world problem, right? Right. Yeah, I mean.
So it is okay.
Agreed,
it's down
but
today's
if you're a business
snapshot,
person,
but
if you're a business person and your stock is tanking and people are, putting Nazi signs on your dealerships, like that's not exactly good for business.
no. It's horrible.
But remember, he also rebounded with X. Remember, he paid $44 billion for it. He lost $22 billion on the deal, and now the latest reports, I think in the last 2 or 3 months, is that it's worth more than it's ever been worth. So sometimes you have to take a step back to take 2 steps forward. Maybe that happens with Tesla. Although I think I really could see that car. Not that the Tesla brand is going to go away and become extinct, but there are a lot of people. I mean, you know how the left is. They want to cancel everything they disagree with. So there will be, I think, continued boycotts and probably vandalism of his properties. I think there was a video I saw yesterday. Again, take it for what it's worth. It's a video on the internet. But it was like 11 different cars in the Tesla lot had all their tires damaged and stripped and destroyed. I mean, I thought we were past, flattening people's tires with a pocket knife, but...
Well, it's just interesting to me that the same people who praised him and loved him 4 years ago now all of a sudden don't.
Oh, yeah.
That's ironic and stupid.
I try to be consistent with it.
But,
Like, once I realized Bruce Springsteen was a liberal, I didn't stop listening to his music. Once I realized Michael Jackson was a pedophile, I didn't stop listening to his music. Once Michael Vick, did his time in jail for killing dogs and interstate gambling, I was watching him again. I mean, I can get past. Some people can't get past other people's political
past
leanings.
The pedophile.
No,
I'm just going to raise my hand.
I'm not saying I would have them sleep.
alleged.
I wouldn't send my daughters to.
I don't think he was interested in your daughter.
What was the land that he sent to?
Neverland.
Neverland. Yeah, I'd send him to see Peter Pan in Neverland, but Peter Pan looks like a pedophile too. But like this whole thing of, oh my God, Elon Musk is a Republican now. And you don't. So I guess your allegiance to helping fight against climate change and EV mandates, I guess that was all for nothing, right? So what happens now? Do you just pivot to another EV car? You get a hybrid from Toyota because Elon wears a dark black MAGA hat now? Give me a break. That's as much of a load of crap as the person that spends their life looking to buy everything made in America. I will not buy that because that hat was made in Taiwan. What a miserable existence. I don't believe those people. Just like the NFL people. I'm not going to watch the NFL anymore. The Super Bowl halftime show was too woke for me. Stop. Allergy season kicking in, by the way. I have to keep clearing my damn throat.
It's just horrible.
Well,
Can I get a Zyrtec deal?
That's the warm weather for you. That's the price we pay.
Yeah. Lastly, just to wrap up with Trump's post on Truth, the radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla, one of the world's greatest automakers, as Elon's baby, in order to attack and do harm to Elon and everything he stands for. They tried to do it to me at the 2024 presidential ballot box, but how did that work out? In any event, I'm going to buy a brand new Tesla tomorrow morning as a show of confidence and support for Elon, a truly great American. Why should he be punished for putting his tremendous skills to work in order to help make America great again?
Isn't that interesting? Do you think that now the Tesla used to be the sign of the woke, progressive, a tree hugger?
But there was also the Mike Opelkas of the world that are absolutely staunch conservatives that were Tesla owners as well.
Okay,
I think it cut across party lines to some extent.
But do you think now it's a symbol of MAGA? To own a Tesla?
No.
If it became the sign of MAGA, that would be very good for one Elon Musk.
This might sound like...
I will tell you that.
Yeah.
Because that's a loyal base of people.
Sure. We can relate to that here.
With
our sponsors, yep.
If Elon could only dream of with his
but why hasn't
freaky looking trucks?
But why hasn't it?
Because look at the vehicles. The number one vehicle when we all drive into work is the F-150. I would say that's right in our between 4 a.m. and 7 a.m., that's probably the number one vehicle because these are working men.
Landscapers,
who are going to
construction.
work. Yep. And so if Elon Musk could appeal to those guys and create a price point and a vehicle that's attractive to them, that would be a huge market for him.
You know, I also think this. I mean, I know people sit there and say, well, Elon Musk, Tesla, left wing initially. Now, Elon Musk, right wing. Is it? And then, of course, there's the electric element to Tesla. And certainly people that buy them, think they're helping out, the climate and the atmosphere. Or it could just be as simple as this. Maybe people just like Tesla because it's a high-tech, weird-looking car.
Agreed. But I believe that Tesla used to be a symbol of the quote-unquote mainline, hate has no home here.
The virtue signaling crowd.
Yeah, people with gates gates on their front door. Like those people. Has it switched now? Is it now, like, do you now look at a Tesla and say, well, that's a Trump voter?
No, I don't really. I see them all the time, and I don't really have much of a thought on them at all. I really don't. It's just like, my daughters, they spot them out all the time. Like they play the backseat Tesla game, right?
How about Cybertrucks? Do you see a Cybertruck and say that's a Trump voter?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's Jason Kelsey every time.
Yeah. Now I do.
Yeah. It's interesting too.
But not the Tesla. But not the Tesla.
The Tesla is kind of mixed.
Yeah.
But to Nick's point, like, I think that the kids, like in the younger kids and high school kids, college kids, love the Tesla, those smaller vehicles.
It's a trendy thing. Yeah.
The ones that are like mid-30s that they've marketed to that age group as well.
I'm also looking at this. I just searched this while you guys were chatting. The top-selling car brands. Now, this is for 2023. Toyota was number one in America with an 11% market share, followed by Volkswagen and Honda. First American company comes in at number 4. That's Ford, followed by Hyundai and Nissan. A lot of the brands that you can get at Piazza Auto Group, by the way.
Amen.
Tesla only has a 2.29% market share in this country. So I know we see them. We think we see them a lot, but I think it's just because they stand out. It's like the plane crashes. They're not happening as much as we think they are.
Yeah.
They just get a lot of coverage. So I think Tesla is actually, let me see here, 3, 6, 9 to 11, 12, 13. It's the 14th most purchased brand in America. So it is not a dominant vehicle on the American roadways.
Yeah.
At least as of 2023 numbers.
Yeah.
Of course, somebody will fact check that in YouTube and tell me they were number 5 last year, and then I'll just want to throw my head through a window.
Let us not forget that the vehicle, and I say that in air quotes, that he's most interested in are his, rocket ships going to Mars. That's his big business.
Absolutely.
Government contracts.
The ones that keep blowing up.
Well, yeah, as we talked about.
Was he the one that just blew up over the little boat in the water?
Yeah, there were
two of them last week.
Wow. Yeah. All right. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. The last thing on Elon, and then we'll get to some different stuff in the 7 o'clock hour. Dawn's got the news coming up shortly. We have our cut sheet at 7:45, and, of course, our Elon Musk impressionist along with our Donald Trump impressionist, Alex Byron, Sean Farish, together today.
It's going to be great.
On Kayal and Company at 9 o'clock. But I want, I think most people know I like this guy. I've mentioned it on the show before. And I really have not had a chance to watch a ton of cable news in the last handful of months. But 2 or 3 nights a week, if I have 15 minutes, I'll watch the opening segment of The Five. I love the judge. I love Gutfeld. And Jesse Waters is probably my favorite guy because he's snarky. He's kind of a playful jerk, and that's kind of the way I operate as well. But I've got to rip Jesse Waters. This is complete hypocrisy. If this story is true. And he's a Philly guy, right? Even though he's kind of an elitist, private school Philly kid. So we don't really... Yeah, he's like Villanova to my Temple in many regards. But according to the Atlantic...
I've got news for you. Anybody like me who lives in the city of Philadelphia, you at least up until you can get into one of the few really good high schools that are public, you're not going to a public school.
I don't blame you. No, I would not put my kids in public school. That's why I chose Montgomery.
Which I'm sad to say.
Yeah. According
and the good public schools, by the way, like Jenks
Yeah.
in Chestnut, there's a waiting list. Even if you live like right next door to it,
that
there's
right?
already a waiting list.
Wow.
So you can't even get into the school.
Parents are
that's in
waking
your
up,
neighborhood.
right? People are smartening up. They know what's going on. They're reading things. I think COVID really woke up a lot of people with the education in this country in the last 5 years. So apparently, Jesse Waters went on a rant on the 5, or maybe it was on his own show. But The Atlantic says that the comments made by Jesse Waters is what led to Donald Trump making that little bit of a pivot to rein in Elon Musk. Remember, Trump said that we need to be more scalpel rather than hatchet. We're all for trimming the fat, but we have to keep some of the good people. How The Atlantic would know this or report this, I don't know. But they said that Jesse Waters' comments got back to Trump and was one of the inflection points for him to kind of rein in Elon Musk. And it's all because Jesse Waters apparently has a friend with a military background that was unfortunately doged. Now, I can say that I've seen enough of Jesse Waters in the last 2 or 3 months where Doge has become a very popular thing, and he's up there just like I am, just like other people that love the concept of Doge and trimming the fat. Oh, got it all, blibbity blah, blah. But then all of a sudden, he's got a close friend that lost their job in the federal government, and I am very, very much in love with those who serve our country. So you don't even need to tweet me. Don't even waste your time in the YouTube comments. You know my affinity for veterans. But this notion that, oh, I love Doge and that, well, it affects me personally, now I'm pissed about it. You can't have it both ways. You can't be out there gas bagging saying, I voted for it, I voted for it, I voted for it. And then all of a sudden you want to make a little bit of a 180 when it affects you on a friend or family level. That's not to say I don't have emotion and feeling for people that lose their job. I felt for the guy that called in 2 weeks ago, that the NBC 10 story, the former producer here that lost his job. But this is what we voted for. This is what we signed up for. And again, we go back to the initial concept here of being told by an employer that your services are no longer needed. It sucks. It doesn't matter if you're a part-time landscaper in college, if you have a 6-figure job, if you work for a radio company, if you work for the federal government. This notion that, oh my God, the world is crashing and burning because I lost my job, and I've lost jobs. I've had to go home after relocating a family to another time zone and say, Daddy lost his job today. You feel like a piece of garbage, especially when the wife gives you the side eye. But like Jesse Waters, dude, stick by your opinion. And I know nobody else in this industry has the balls to call out big bad Jesse Waters, but have conviction and be consistent. You can't just say, oh, you can read the story. It's on media. But come on, dude. Hey, come on, Mr. My hair is nicely coiffed. Stop. Ridiculous. Oh, he was a veteran. He was not he said, quote, he was not a DEI hire. Don't matter if you're a DEI hire or not. Does not matter. People lose jobs. Unfortunate fact of life. Whether it's justified or you totally got screwed over by the boss man. Just happens. If you're talented and you work hard and you got skins on the wall and you've got a resume and a LinkedIn and a Wikipedia that you can say, hey, future employer, look what I did for 8 years or 16 months or 2.5 years. If you're an asset, you'll be picked up.
The bigger story, and this story was out, Mediaite reported it February 20th, then they picked it up again. But the big story is Jesse's friend, who was a military veteran, was still on his probationary period. Mm-hmm. I know it's not his friend's fault,
right?
But the big story here is that the Biden administration was hiring an overwhelming amount of people to fluff up and puff up those employment numbers. So when we were hearing, oh, look at the latest numbers, and I was reporting on it. Oh, Kayal and Company, latest numbers are out for unemployment, the jobless rate. Yeah. Look at this. More people were hired. Well, little did we know or realize that, in fact, a lot of those jobs were the Biden administration just flooding the market, if you will, hiring in the federal jobs market, not the private market. What we've seen in the Trump administration, and I know that Lutnick had said this very eloquently, I think it was over the weekend or Friday, but this was a situation where these are the newer job numbers that we're seeing are private job creations. In other words, it's real. It's not fabricated. It's not faux due to federal jobs.
Yeah.
And so for this story, I know Mediaite, to me, they slant left, obviously.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
And so they're really, putting this out there. But Jesse Waters' friend, who's a military veteran, I'm sorry to hear that. But the truth is, he was still on his probationary
You make a great
period.
point. Seniority, right?
He was a new hire.
Right.
There were why did we have all these new hires when we have this huge deficit and we didn't need these people?
And it cuts both ways, too, in the workplace. Sometimes it's the one with seniority that goes over the newbie because the one with seniority has a bloated salary and it's a fat trimming operation. In other situations, it's seniority based. The person that's been there for 22 years is retained. The person that's been there for 17 weeks gets the axe. Just a fact of life. I mean, you either like Doge or you don't. But the notion that federal employees cannot lose their job and that the world is going to crash and burn because you lost your job. I mean, all right, we've all had that moment. Take your weekend, drown yourself in some Bud Light. Not that I ever have. And then get back up on your horse and start riding again on Monday. Let's go here.
But think about it. Think about just put this in perspective right now. So what they're doing is they're saying, hey, all of you out there, you plebs, in the real world, you all were paying for us. In other words, we all either lost our jobs during the pandemic, lost businesses, or at the very least were forced to take significant pay cuts to keep jobs, right?
Yes, absolutely.
The federal workers, none of them, lawmakers, whether it's here in Philadelphia City Council or the legislature in Pennsylvania, across the country, as well as Congress. Oh, no, they kept their six-figure gigs. They got to zoom it in and work from home, and they still feel entitled that we all had to pay for their jobs, for them to keep their jobs. So either, I would say this, I feel terrible for anybody, including myself, my family, all of us. My husband lost his job during the pandemic. It was tough. It was really tough.
Yep.
We all here at Odyssey, we took significant pay cuts for those of us who could keep our jobs. There were layoffs. It was horrible. So for these people to have the audacity to say, well, you can't fire me, I'm taking you to court. Either we have consistency across the country and nobody can be fired, or everybody can, be doged. Because we all in the private sector, we've been hurt by Doge. Our families are still suffering from, quote unquote, the Doge during the pandemic and beyond.
Yes, indeed. Well said. 855-839-1210, the phone number if you want to jump in. News to kick off hour number 2. And then a couple of stories on the Department of Education front, as it was announced yesterday that 60 more universities, according to the Trump administration and Linda McMahon, saying they are under scrutiny, and there are a ton of local ties with local institutions. Who's the next Columbia? Come on down. Hour 2 is next.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Home is where everything should just work. Until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit OliverHeatCool.com. OliverHeatCool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company. 7:06, hour number 2. Here on a Tuesday morning. Just under 2 hours from now. Alex Byron, the absolute best when it comes to imitating Elon Musk. He will join us along with Donald J. Trump, a.k.a. Sean Farish. Double dip of Farish this week. 2 times. Today and his normal spot later in the week. We've got some unbelievable stories. I want to get to this Trump Education Department story. Also, the Trump administration has taken the Biden CBP app and has now basically rebranded it as the SIA app. You can self-deport on the CBP app. So for all of our illegal immigrants that are listeners of the show, I just gave you the quick way as to you can get the hell out of here before Tom Homan and ICE track you down. Also, Tom Homan obliterating Jasmine Crockett. We'll get to that story. And if we have time, I certainly want to get to this story with China. And we look at our education in this country versus China. Where do you hear what they are doing for students over in Xi Jinping's country? I don't really disagree with this, even though I'm not keen on the subject. I'm a little leery of it and what it can do to society, but we'll talk about that as well. But let's get to some of the news. Round number 2 at 7:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, 7 a.m. edition. We are sponsored on this Tuesday morning, March 11th, sponsored by First Bank. So when we talk about our city's, really the city's biggest employer of Philadelphia, this is the University of Pennsylvania. They've ordered a hiring freeze and other situations to buckle up, basically, and brace for what is to come for the impact of potential federal funding cuts under the current administration. That's one of the headlines this morning, a belt tightening, if you will, at our city's largest employer. And these changes, we're told, are effective immediately and until further notice. Hiring freeze, University of Pennsylvania. And that's just one of 60 universities that we're hearing about as the ongoing investigations happen into this anti-Semitic activity, the allegations against them. So these universities include Temple, Drexel, Rutgers, Swarthmore, Harvard, Princeton, Brown, Columbia, Yale, Lehigh, and Lafayette, and Muhlenberg College, just to name some of those 60. So President Donald Trump, and he has said zero tolerance, but he really has pursued all of these claims, lawsuits, talking about anti-Semitism at the level of higher education, as well as, we've talked about at least one lawsuit in Bucks County, and that's at the public school level, at the middle school and high school level. But last week we reported to you $400 million in federal grants and contracts were chopped, and that was at Columbia due to the school's continued inaction to protect Jewish students from discrimination. And that was following, as we talked a lot about on Friday, those Thursday into Friday, what was going on there with the protesters breaking into the school's library, refusing to leave. At least one police officer was injured during that.
I couldn't, well, I guess I shouldn't say I couldn't believe it, but I was a little surprised to see Lafayette College, which is in Easton. I mean, I grew up 5 minutes from there. Lehigh University, if you don't know it, it's in Bethlehem, right off of Route 78. My in-laws are 5 minutes from there. Muhlenberg College in Allentown. I mean, and these are...
And Temple. You're an alum
Temple,
of Temple, Drexel, Rutgers, UPenn. I mean...
Public and private.
You know, truthfully, all the colleges that we're naming are famous not just to us in our area, but as well across the nation.
Linda McMahon said the department is deeply disappointed that Jewish students studying on elite U.S. campuses continue to fear for their safety amid the relentless anti-Semitic eruptions that have severely disrupted campus life for more than a year. University leaders must do better. And it's sad that they, and I saw yesterday the adult that was supposed to be deported, that's actually now being held up in a court. So he's been, I guess, apprehended, removed from Colombia, and he's got ties to, something over in the Middle East. But I'm so sick of hearing about these stories. How these leaders allow this and don't know the difference between protected speech versus dealing with, these threats and these civil rights. It's staggering to me. And who are they trying to appease? Do they think people are going to unenlist or de-enroll from the school? Some of these people don't even actually belong to the university as students.
But in this case, the student and we reported this last week, the student who was on a student visa and who had a police record with other protests was arrested, and they said that they were pulling the visa last week. To me, I just, I look at that and I think, wow, these are elite universities, American universities. So you have to ask yourself, how long has this been going on? Where these individuals from foreign countries who have these other, interests, let's just say, this kid is accused of anti-Semitic violent behavior. And I say kid like you did.
I was just going to say he's not a kid.
He's in his 20s.
Yeah, he graduated and he's still
in his mid-20s, basically.
Yeah.
And so... but my question is, why are these individuals...
He's like Van Wilder.
I know.
Yeah, why are these individuals taking the place of other American students? You know what I mean?
Get off campus and join the real world. College campuses are not real life for all these professionals that stay there forever and never leave the world of academia.
Yeah, the amount of money that has been being funneled into these places is just is unbelievable to me.
Yep.
It really is.
And it's not protected. Under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, institutions of higher education are restricted from receiving federal funds, which is why the Trump administration can yank the funding if they participate in or allow discrimination, which Jews are dealing with, based on race, national origin, or other characteristics. This is not protected free speech.
And that line that Nick just read, that is in the actual letter that went out from the Education Department under the Trump administration. This letter went out locally to all these local universities that we've mentioned, but 60 colleges and universities across the country receiving these letters, and they're specifically talking about Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, that they're saying they're using that's in the letter. And so locally, these universities are buckling up, if you will, because they know that cuts are to come. So they have hiring freezes.
Trade school sounds like a great idea these days, does it not?
Well, I feel for people, and by the way, UPenn, when you think about that, that was Governor Shapiro, who is Jewish, as we know, was somebody who early on, talked about this. This is not acceptable. And so you think about from the aspect of you're a kid who you're born and raised as an American, and these foreign students from Middle Eastern countries are allowed to come here and frighten you, and you're holed up somewhere in the universe. I mean, just try to wrap your brain around that.
Right.
But that's what the past administration was allowing.
How is Shapiro, since he obviously has aspirations for 2028, how is he not doing a Philadelphia / Lehigh Valley anti-Semitism university tour?
Well, he did speak out about this. I mean, he did speak out about this in Pennsylvania, and so I think that's part of the reason that we haven't had it like at UPenn yet or in our area as much as we saw. Look at Columbia just last week, and remember we were on Tony Bruno was on the air. Remember that? And that one was in California.
Oh yeah,
and
it was happening overnight. Yeah, yeah.
And so the wee hours of the morning, and they were like demasking these people, and but this continues on other places, not us here locally.
Yep.
Jeez Louise. So we're talking about that. We were talking about locally these, and we don't know who these individuals are in a vehicle, in a red vehicle locally here, and this was in Montgomery County. Spray painting, swastikas, other vulgar, nasty words on middle school and a grade school. So pretty disgusting. Upper Moreland police are working on that one. So we've been talking about that. And just a Doge update for you real quick here is because you were talking about this, because we do have a court ruling, and this is one of the most significant court rulings I've seen. We have tons of court rulings across the country at the state level, at the federal level, dealing with Doge. This is a federal judge ruling just yesterday afternoon that the Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, the judge said, is wielding so much power that its records must be open to the public under federal U.S. law. It's U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper, and he's widely making the ruling because of news reports. That's what he's basing the ruling on, which I have to say I get a kick out of that when it kind of tells me how this judge is going. But the judge wrote it's a 37-page opinion, unusual secrecy. He says that he's ruling an urgent release, kind of rolling releases ASAP, of internal documents under these Freedom of Information Acts, which I'll point out to you, locally, like moms like Meg Brock and Beth Ann Rossica, they were filing under Freedom of Information during the pandemic shutdowns. Yeah. But nobody really, I guess they need the news to be complicit.
Is the Doge website, doge.gov, or the Doge social media feed not enough transparent? I mean, what do they want, the actual pages?
They want the internal documents because the Trump administration has repeatedly come out and said Elon Musk, because remember his official title, he's a special employee.
Yeah.
And so under that, he's an advisor to the president.
Well,
so they want the internal documents.
We all want the internal documents on the Epstein files, but we don't get what we want in this lifetime, right? What are those? By the way, this is the greatest tweet I've seen all week. So some guy I don't even know who this guy is. He says, Pam Bondi's list of 5 things that she accomplished last week, mocking the Elon Musk 5 things email. Number 1, appeared on Hannity. Number 2, appeared on Maria Bartiromo. Number 3, appeared on Hannity. Number 4, appeared on Laura Ingraham. Number 5, appeared on Jesse Watters.
Yeah.
I mean,
these guys are getting nice. These people are getting nice, hefty government salaries to become TV pundits.
It's unbelievable.
That's all I'm saying.
Boy, Pam Bondi. Even in my mentions, Pam Bondi. Apparently, now Rudy says that Zioli has dubbed Pam Bondi the new binder, a.k.a. Corinne Jean-Pierre.
Wow.
Zioli. I like that. It's a hot take. I like that.
Which blonde binder do you prefer?
The Bondi binder.
The blonde Bondi.
Wow,
binder.
You start getting labeled the binder, you know you offer zilch.
This cracks me up.
Nice work, Rich.
Well, we are sponsored this morning. There's so much going on. We're sponsored this morning by First Bank. Ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner? You can count on First Bank for that personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Enjoy today's forecast. Nearly 69 degrees. Beautiful sunny skies today. First Bank, thank you for sponsoring us.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Mark is in Feasterville. He's up next on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mark.
How you doing?
Hey.
First of all, I think Elon Musk is acting like an elitist with that chainsaw. like thousands of Americans lost their jobs, and I wouldn't feel good about that.
Mm-hmm.
And how come there's no outrage with the 11,000 steam fitters that were laid off the first day of Biden's administration?
It doesn't matter to me.
That's all I have to
It
say.
doesn't matter to me where you work in the federal government, and it doesn't matter to me who the president is. Doesn't make you untouchable because you work for a government job. It's not a partisan issue. Don't matter to me if it's a Republican doing it or a Democrat doing it or somebody that's been working for the federal government for 9 weeks on a probationary period or for 22 years. Nobody's guaranteed anything in this lifetime. Why is a federal job untouchable?
Well, but Mark had a good point about because Biden day one, wanted to make the point with his executive orders, and nobody talked about it as much, canceling the Keystone Pipeline, but also that was 11,000 jobs in the first day.
Yeah.
Sucks. Think about it, though. 11,000, you didn't see the media hyperventilating. You didn't see all the court rulings.
Mm-hmm.
And to his point, those were union jobs.
Yeah.
And but I will say, in this one, as far as the Keystone Pipeline, I don't know, do you say that it's all political? Biden wanted to go over the Keystone Pipeline and those jobs. In this one, is it political? I really think the DOGE situation, the Department of Government Efficiency, is because we do have a problem here, to Greg's point yesterday, and Nick, you were talking about it. I mean, we have this budget that...
Well, this was a mandate. This was a mandate that the American people wanted. And, is Elon and Doge, are they going at faster? Well, I also love this conversation of, I'm not necessarily against Doge, but I think they're going too quick. I don't like necessarily. Of course, you're not going to love everything about it. But this actually should not be a partisan issue when we talk about the end game result here. The end game result is to balance the budget, get us $1 to $2 trillion out of debt, and get rid of inflation. The last time I checked, if inflation goes down and everything becomes more affordable, that benefits all of us, right? I mean, if my eggs are now once again $2.89 a dozen, it don't matter if I'm a Democrat or a Republican. My eggs are cheaper. I should be happier if I'm an egg consumer. I look at it that way, but for some reason it's always, left versus right. So.
I thought of you the other day. I almost recorded these women. I was at the store, and they sounded like Nick Kayal, talking about the eggs and how much they paid, and they were going from store to store. And I was like, I almost secretly recorded them on my phone. But this is the eggs, or the gas, which has come down. It's because it's something immediate. It's in your face.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You know it right away. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in just over 20 minutes. But on the other side, let's take a look at some education in America compared to what our counterparts are doing way around the other side of the globe when it pertains to the Utes and AI. We're back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for, nearly a decade now. If you're thinking about redoing your side, I have this dream. Did I tell you this? I had this dream the other day. I forgot to tell you guys that when we went to Italy, Chapman came and they redid the whole thing, the roof, the siding, the windows. It was a really wonderful dream. But if you're thinking about redoing your siding right now, it's the perfect time. If you notice any wear and tear, molding, buckling, or any peeling, that indicates that your home is actually being exposed to the elements. And many people don't realize siding is not just for the curb appeal, it also acts as that protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons and protects probably what is your most important investment. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they carry only the best brands, including the James Hardy and the Certainteed, right? And these are beautiful choices as well. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding also, they go the extra mile. They're going to work with you just like they have done with me on the different styles and options that best fits your home, and they complete every single project with such care, such precision, but also such professionalism. Everything is up front. Everything's in writing. Everything that's going to happen, you can picture it. I love that. Experience the Chapman difference today. Call or text them 610-431 8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Go online and look at the before and afters. I think some of the jobs they've done in my home are online as well. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Please tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit OliverHeatCool.com. OliverHeatCool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's a new day, but it all feels old. It's a good life, that's what I'm told. But everything, it all just feels the same. At my high school, it felt more to me
7:29. Kayal and Company. Tuesday morning. 7 o'clock hour. In full swing. Brought to you by the Philadelphia Boat Show. The boat sale of the year is back. The Philadelphia Boat Show, March 14th through the 16th. Just a couple of days away from now at the Expo Center in Oaks, PA. Top tri-state dealers ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats, my personal favorite, ski boats, bass boats, PWCs, and more. See phillyboatshow.com for details and tickets. Cut sheet coming up in just about 15 minutes. Sean Farish, Alex Byron, a.k.a. Donald Trump and Elon Musk, will join us in about an hour and a half, coming up at 9 o'clock. I thought this was interesting on the education front. And anytime there's stories when it pertains to schools, I'm always fascinated by this because I've got two 10-year-old twin daughters in 5th grade, which, by the way, I don't know when this actually became a thing. A little sidebar here. Did you know that in the, I guess it would just be, I'm assuming the Wissahickon School District, but maybe it's elsewhere as well. Maybe it's a statewide thing. You know they don't give out letter grades for 5th graders? They have meeting standards exceeding expected and all this
really?
fugazi stuff.
That's
Whatever happened to a good old B+?
Or an F in my
Yeah,
case.
where do the C minuses go?
It's ridiculous.
It's very weak.
Yeah.
We had a parent-teacher thing, and that was
that
back in
common?
the fall. I don't know. Is it?
It is. It depends on the school, but
Okay.
for the grade schools, it's pretty common.
Okay. I was wondering if it was public versus private, if it was statewide, district by district.
No. Wissahickon is a good school district.
I know.
They have a lot of.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you guys researched it.
Yeah, my girls are doing fine, so I'm not worried about it. But they were like, is either below, meeting, or exceeding.
Yeah,
and then at the end of the year, they give them a final evaluation.
Say, Nick Kayal should go into the superintendent or whatever and say, hey, I'm paying for A's, B's, C's, D's, and F's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything else is like I'm paying this.
Yeah.
Seriously.
What's a dad got to do to get an 88 on a card? Huh? Where's the red marker with the C and then they circle it like the teacher used to do?
That's lame. I do not like that.
That was a total sidebar.
Yeah.
But this is interesting. So I've got two different things here. One that I found, Stalker, you found this other one. I'm going to compare America to China here. Let me just start quickly. Forbes has the 50 states ranked from best to worst in a variety of categories, and those categories go from crime, the economy, education, fiscal stability, healthcare, infrastructure, opportunity, natural environment. But I want to just focus in on, I was going to do economy and education, but for the sake of time constraints, let's just do education. Florida was leading the way in both education and economy, but they came in at number 9 overall. They were 13th in crime and some other categories. Now, New Jersey is doing a nice job in education. Mm-hmm. They come in 4th in education, 14th overall when you factor in economy, crime, and all the other categories. Delaware is 33rd in education, 21st overall. And New York is 12th in education, 23rd overall.
And who rated this, Nick?
This is Forbes. My old state of Tennessee is 31st in education, 27th overall. And little old Pennsylvania, 39th in education, 40th overall,
gross.
And 41st with the economy. We're actually okay in crime. We're 16th overall, thanks to Philadelphia for getting us to 16.
Just curious, and I hope I'm not catching a cold.
No.
What are the top 5 states?
Top 5 overall is Utah, New Hampshire, Nebraska, Minnesota, and Idaho. Crime, the best state is New Hampshire. Economy and education, Florida's the best. Wyoming for fiscal stability. Healthcare, Hawaii. Infrastructure, North Dakota. Natural environment, Hawaii. And opportunity, Vermont. So Pennsylvania is pretty bad. We're 40th or so out of 50 states. That's not good. We're in the bottom 20%.
And one more time, where's Jersey?
Jersey was actually 4th in education.
Which usually Jersey and Connecticut are usually number 1 and 2.
Connecticut Connecticut number 8 for education.
So New Jersey
That's a drop for Jersey and Connecticut.
Is 4th, huh? Wow.
Yeah. But again, it's Forbes. Who knows? These things could vary by however these people analyze all this crap. So that's that. And then you found this on China. as the capital city of Beijing is going to be making AI education mandatory even for elementary school students. Starting this fall, I guess that would be the 2025 school year, fall 25 into 26, schools in Beijing must provide at least 8 hours of AI instruction. AI education will be mandatory for students from elementary school through high school, and the move comes as China powers ahead in the AI race. This story is from Yahoo, and they go on to talk about the plan. Under the new plan, school kids ages 6 to 12 would take hands-on courses to kickstart their understanding of AI. Then in middle school, they would learn how to apply AI to schoolwork and daily life, while high schoolers would focus on strengthening AI applications and innovation, according to the report. So, and there's some other details that we can get into here. So in China, they're doing AI. I've also seen the story and the video of they're teaching young children how to load a firearm at their school desk. And we're telling our kids about critical race theory, 14 genders, and having teachers go through pronouns on whiteboards and then rehash their day on TikTok while they might cry and break down spontaneously.
I found this story interesting because I know Don Stenson always talks about how this is an AI race, and our main goal, our one and only job as America is to outrun China with the AI thing. And I find it interesting that China's like, nope, we're going to have AI learning mandatory in school starting as elementary school. Like they're just light years ahead of us on this stuff.
You know, it's just remarkable. I mean, they're so evil on so many fronts with what they do to, certain populations with concentration camps. They're a communist nation. I believe they're involved in the COVID cover-up. But then they do things like this, and you're like, man, you talk about just saying, you know what? We're going to make sure that our children are positioning themselves to succeed in real life. Meanwhile, I've got this other story from, I forget where I saw this, but did you know that 40% of 2-year-olds in America now have their own tablet? And oh, by the way, that's not to use for AI and be doing educational things. It's because they can sit there and scroll through YouTube videos of shows and watch other people living their life on YouTube and be zombies, so mom and dad get 90 minutes to do whatever they need to do to catch a break, and they think the tablet is the new babysitter.
Well, to be fair though, I'm sure if you go to China, I'm sure the babies there are using tablets, but they're not doing it to watch
What's on
YouTube
the
videos.
tablet?
Right.
They're doing it for calculus equations.
Yes. Yeah, they're not watching Hannah Montana's last concert.
Hannah Montana's not
whoever.
She's Miley Cyrus and she's about 30 now.
Yeah, that too.
But no,
she might be 40.
Our kids are going to get blown out in the game of life by Asian students, and they already are. I mean, you see how many Asian students, we talked about this, how they were denied admission to a lot of the Ivy League institutions when they have 1580s on their SATs, 4.5 GPAs. Asian kids work their ass off, and they're very, very bright. And I think we're raising a generation of victimhood culture, not self-dependent, application and smartphone zombies.
I would agree with you on that, because I've become old man that yells at cloud. But I will say this, that we were always, every generation you could say was behind China as far as anything goes. And they always looked at us like Gen X. We're the epitome of the slacker generation. You know what I mean? Like, think about everybody who talked about, my parents and their parents who talked about us growing up, like these slackers with their long hair and they don't know what they're doing. They just coast through life and everything's cool, bro. Everything's cool, dude. Like our parents and grandparents said the same thing about my generation.
But you and Dawn are both Gen Xers, and I just missed the cutoff by 2 years. But Gen Xers. Yeah, you had, especially the younger Gen Xers like Stalker, you had MTV, but there was less distractions. You can't.
I don't know if there were, dude.
Really?
I don't know if there were. I mean,
Wait,
everybody looked at us.
TV in a mall.
Everybody looked at us and
a spray can.
Again, yes, I'm late Gen X, so Beavis and Butthead and that stuff, Headbangers Ball, that was big when I was growing up, and everybody looked at us like, look at. They're a bunch of stoners, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's the same thing. It's just times have changed.
But I tell my kids, I don't know if you, and Greg, you haven't had to say this yet because your kids, probably focused on all the fun stuff of being a 4-year-old. I mean, my daughters at times will come down the steps and say, Daddy, I'm bored. And I'm saying, it's 2025. You have more distractions and entertainment options than any generation in the history of civilization. It is impossible to be bored. It really is. With all the apps, with all the smartphone devices, YouTube, Netflix, Peacock, Snapchat, FaceTime, how are you bored? It's not possible. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Now, granted, life sucks when you don't have money and you can't do things, so I understand from that perspective, but don't tell me you're bored.
But I think that, to your point about the tablets and all of that, that kids are so used to, and even in schools now, they know the time span because of commercials, the tablets, the shows, that even in education, they're starting to change the way that they teach kids because of their what?
Peter M says, Nick, your kids are asking for your attention.
Aww.
Go away. Daddy's watching football.
Sorry, Dawn.
No, that's cute. I love it. No, but so I think that it's an attention span issue, and it's that they want to be entertained.
Well, they have no attention span.
Right.
They can't wait to hit the skip ad button on the YouTube video because they can't sit through a 10-second commercial.
Think about that.
Right.
So then, and also listening, your ability to listen.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that is generational.
Yeah. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. How do we save the youths of today? China's going to steamroll us if they haven't already.
Well, one of the things that you said that caught my ear, and I was looking it up when we were chatting, was that China, not only with AI, but military civil fusion.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, why don't I know more about this? But fusion energy and the fusion energy research. In other words, non-civilian uses, but the scary piece of this is looking for the weapons of the future. So that if you have children who are very young and they're learning all of this and learning the right math and the skill sets, then militarily it helps you. And that was one thing that Trump had said early on in this administration, was that this is a national security issue. The fact that our schools suck, that our kids are so distracted, this is a national security issue. And that's
especially
why,
with the money
right?
we spend, right?
Right.
On a per capita, per student
crazy.
basis, it's a joke.
So maybe...
what did you say in Pennsylvania? It's $22,000 a year?
Yes.
And we're 40th.
Yeah. And we've had people like, I haven't had Todd Shepard on in a while, but there are investigators who say, don't believe when they say, oh, we spend, $6,000 to $8,000 or these. When you look at the whole package of the money, it might be more than $22,000 per student, and that's why they're saying, that in other words, look at the private schools, what they can spend. Yep. So we should doge that situation with vouchers.
Yeah, I agree. Doge everything and doge everybody.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? Well, we will all find out together on the other side. But first, it's time to let people know about Piazza Auto Group and specifically Mercedes-Benz. That's right, the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. That's right, 3 locations, combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. Something for everybody in the Mercedes-Benz family, from the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of that 2025 GLE SUV, which I recently test drove. You will find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Don't forget the word premium. It's PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. And tell them Nick sent you.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
Investors who plan their retirement trip by boarding a stock market cruise ship are vulnerable to sinking into the high seas of Wall Street risk without a lifeboat to protect their nest egg. After working 25 years or more, investors do not have time to recover their assets from the sinking wreckage of a market crash. Therefore, this week's expert report highlights the benefits of the financial life insurance industry as a guaranteed, reliable vessel that can protect your assets throughout retirement. Aside from shielding your nest egg from market risk and costly fees, the financial life insurance industry is secured by a vast insurance safety net. Since the 18th century, the financial life insurance industry has survived every major economic event while protecting and maintaining client accounts without skipping a beat. Even in the rare event that an insurance company goes insolvent, belly up, and out of business. Through a process known as receivership, when an insurance company starts to sink, others in the industry step in to keep promises made to clients afloat. Ensuring benefits like principal protection, interest credited, and income remain guaranteed. Wall Street offers no such lifeline, as bankruptcies have repeatedly left investors stranded, sinking their retirement dreams. If you are in or near retirement, schedule a meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert to learn how the financial life insurance industry can plan your retirement trip with peace of mind.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
.47 Kayal Company, Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube because you know the cut sheet's on its way and there will be lots of videos to go along with everything that you hear on your radio dial or the Odyssey app. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you'd like to hit that like and subscribe button. We're doing big things on YouTube. We have built a really big following on YouTube. I'm proud of this audience, really am.
Thank you.
I look at, well, great idea. Has that been adopted down the hall, by the way?
They're still dipping their toe in it. Yes,
they
dipping our
haven't gone
toe.
in head first?
No, we can't do that.
Yeah, we plunged in off the deep end with the diving board. No lifeguards on duty.
Yeah.
No life vests. No floaties. And here we are. Look at us doing the breaststroke.
I take no credit. Greg Stocker created this YouTube idea.
Thank you.
And so I am blessed to be along for the ride. But I mean, I never thought you could do this, I'll be honest. And so kudos to you.
Yeah.
And soon if they're not already, they'll be bugging everybody to do the same. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it was a brilliant idea. And so thank you.
I mean, I know he's a diva and a pain in the ass, but a lot of the credit goes to Daniel Valdez as well because he helped me implement it.
Mm-hmm.
And Dave Scalish.
Yes.
Daniel Valdez is a diva?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He comes in here Sunday nights for Matt Rooney's show. By the way, Matt Rooney doing a fabulous show, and especially, leading up to the New Jersey elections for governor in June. He moves the cameras everywhere.
That's why Monday we're all distorted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
Yeah. I kind of like Valdez in some regards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
we love Daniel.
He's got big stones. He does. He'll look you right in the face. He don't care who you are. Tell you to go F yourself like he's Elon Musk.
It's true.
Go
yourself. He does have that. He does have that attitude where it's like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Even as we knew him when he was, he was a college kid.
Yeah.
He had the chutzpah.
The chutzpah, yes, indeed. All right, let's get down to it. It's a Tuesday edition. I think it's soccer's favorite day of the week. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
My favorite day's Friday.
Of course.
The Cut Sheet!
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear a squeal or grinding noise. Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Don't forget, coming up at 9 o'clock, Alex Byron and Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald Trump and Elon Musk, will join us. I guess you're going to play the part of Sean Hannity?
Yeah, I'm going to be Han Sanity. Sometimes I go Toe Rogan, fake strapper. Yep. I'll be Han Sanity today.
Han Sanity interviewed RFK Jr. last night in a Shake Shack.
No. Yeah, they've changed the oils, haven't they?
Yeah.
I would assume that's why they're there.
So this is we talk. It was actually a really good interview. I give it to Hannity. I like the idea of doing Shake Shack. I think that's a good prop.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good backdrop.
Sure.
All right, roll 22.
We really appreciate it. Before you got here, I already had a burger, so I'm having another. I'm breaking my diet. I am.
Nobody cares what you ate.
Pretty much full on keto. I eat basically meat and eggs. I made an exception today. I had it on a bun, and I really enjoyed it actually, and it was really good. Explain the difference between seed oil and tallow, and why this is a big deal. Why they said we are going to RFK Steak and Shake.
Beef tallow.
Processed foods and seed oil is one of the components of processed foods, and that is, all the science indicates that ultra processed foods are what are the principal culprit in this extraordinary explosion, the epidemic we have of chronic disease. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do. We have 66% of adults are diabetic or pre-diabetic, 38% of teens. When you and I were kids, Sean, the average pediatrician would see one case of juvenile diabetes in his lifetime over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. Diabetes and other mitochondrial diseases are now costing America more than our military budget. We spend 2 to 3 times on healthcare what other countries do, and we have the worst outcomes. And we have the best medical system in the world. We are poisoning ourselves, and it's coming from principally these ultra processed foods. And what we're trying to do, and this President Trump wants us to have radical transparency and to incentivize companies like this one to switch to traditional ingredients like beef tallow.
Oh, by the way, here you go.
Here comes the food drop.
Here's just take the red back.
It is.
I'll take those trays back for you.
Oh, okay. Is that?
This is you, Sean.
Oh, this is me. Okay, thank
So
you.
Sean's eating twice today.
Yeah, sorry, that was steak and shake, not Shake Shack.
Yeah, I like them both, by the way. Ainsley's got him on that keto diet. She's like, if you're going to keep me, you're going to eat healthy.
He's losing weight for the wedding.
Yes, he is. He's got to fit in that tux. I don't know. Do we know for sure that Steak and or whatever that place, Steak and Shake, did they definitely do this to get the initiative that the Bobby Kennedy, Maha, Trump administration have said that they would incentivize? And I also would like to know, what is the incentive? Do these businesses receive a tax break for using healthier but more expensive products? I'm assuming, I don't know really much about beef tallow. I'm assuming that costs the supplier, like the restaurant, probably more money than using a seed oil?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Interesting. By the way, are you cognizant of which oils, if you eat French fries, are you guys like allergic to peanut oil? My wife's in-laws always have to let people know that they do not use peanut oil when they use their fryers, because a lot of people have an allergy to peanut.
My dad does, like a really bad allergy to it.
Yeah?
Like he can die.
Okay.
So, And that's why it's always funny to me.
Scary.
That's why it's always funny to me when like peanut allergies were not a thing when we were growing up. No, they were. My dad had it in the 60s. So like it's been a thing. I don't know if it's as widespread, if it was as widespread then as it is now, but yeah, it's always been a thing.
I mean, it really is alarming when you hear those stats from Kennedy about how, well, if you're a doctor, if you were a pediatrician, you see one juvenile diabetes case in your lifetime, and now it's standard, it's routine, sadly. And Dawn, I know you can talk to that. And then all of these other stats with obesity. I mean, humans didn't just all of a sudden become less healthy naturally and devolve as a species. It's because, let's face it, it comes down to what you put in your system. If you treat your body like a temple, odds are, unless you have really bad genes, you're going to extend your life. And if you're a slob, you're going to shorten your life.
The problem is that the dietary guidelines change every 3 months. It's like, this is bad for you. Stop eating this.
And studies show this is good if you do it in the...
This is good for you. Eat this.
Yeah.
Then they're like, oh, yeah, remember when we said not to eat that? You can eat that. Don't eat what we told you to eat. It just changes all the time.
Well, I told you the one time I was told that a doctor told me too much water can be a bad thing. And then I read a study that actually 1 to 2 cocktails a day can be a good thing. So that's when I officially gave up on losing my mind over it. Just try to exercise, eat relatively clean, consume everything in moderation.
Well,
and you should be okay.
Here's the thing. It is that, you mentioned cocktails. Yeah, alcohol is poison.
Right.
Like, it is.
But there's
just
like the wine studies, like one glass is good for your heart.
It's not. Just listen. Alcohol is poison. It just depends. It's up to you how much poison you put in your body. That's it.
Yep.
It's that simple. No study is going to say, well, a glass of red wine a day that's BS.
You think that's BS?
100% it's
those,
BS.
I mean, those are coming from like research facilities.
It's all BS.
It's not a Daily Mail exclusive.
Alcohol is poison. It just depends on how much poison you put in your body every day.
Well, but then there's also the studies with red meat. Do you subscribe to those, that some red meat is not as bad as they initially claimed?
I do not think red meat is as bad as they claim. I don't think you should eat it every day.
Right.
Like I know the big thing now is the carnivore diet, where it's basically, you just eat steak, like literally just steak.
Yeah. And then you get the meat sweats.
And then, I don't think that is healthy. But I subscribe to, like, just eat real foods. You know what I mean? Like, real food. That's it.
Right.
But part of it is we don't even know some. So I know that I'll just give you an example. Certain industries, like the poultry industry, we've seen that they have made it strict that they're not allowed to use certain hormones on any of the chicken or poultry. But it's not quite as strict with other things like beef.
Yeah.
With what they can give the animals or treat, etc. And then the other issue, I think the seed oil issue is interesting to me because you don't think about that. And so what something is cooked in or fried in, yes, it all makes a difference.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about the fluoride. He talks about the water. I mean, all this stuff that nobody really thinks about, but it's all in your food.
Yeah.
So I think that if we're asking these questions, if we become well-educated consumers, and then maybe you don't patronize certain restaurants because you say, well, the reason they're cheaper is, that they've cut corners and they're cooking stuff in cheap, nasty, oils that I don't want to be exposed to.
Speaking of that, do you use avocado oil at all when you cook, Dawn?
No.
Avocado oil is not good for you, dude.
No.
It's not. Just use plain olive oil.
That's what
olive
I use.
oil is olive oil.
Yeah, I don't buy avocado oil because it's too expensive.
It's actually really good. You know what you should subscribe to? Look at the diets from places of countries, that live that have a lifespan a long time.
Greeks.
Japan has a huge, and they eat a lot of raw fish.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying you may not like raw fish, but like they eat a lot of raw fish.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, look to those countries as hey, what are they doing over there? What are they eating?
I try to do sushi. I try to do sushi once a week.
Yeah, I probably do it twice a week.
It's delicious.
Yeah, and when I say sushi, like I do the poke bowls.
So do I.
That's what we love, the poke bowl.
I do tuna. I do a tuna poke bowl.
Salmon.
Avocado.
Salmon tuna.
Jalapenos, some
Yum.
rice, seaweed, a couple of sauces, sriracha, and I do a wasabi mayo.
A little bit more from Hannity and RFK Jr., Mr. Brainworm.
There you go.
Here's just take the red mask and I'll take those trays back for you. Okay?
Oh, okay. Is that?
This is you, Sean.
Oh, this is me. Okay, thank you.
Bobby's like, I'm not really going to eat that.
Pause it for a second. Kudos to Hannity finally realizing how to do TV after all these years. Like, this is good TV.
Yeah.
At a Shake Shack, hanging out, talking, having a burger with RFK Jr.
Yeah.
Like, kudos to Hannity for 30 years later realizing how to do TV.
It's his producers.
I know.
I know. To bring us back full circle to Greg Stocker and the YouTube. I mean, it takes a producer.
This is more like a podcast. All right, I'm sorry. Roll it.
Thank you. You didn't forget my Coke, did you?
Get your Coke? I got you, buddy.
Miss Small with the little ice. But I'm not going to drink it all because he's going to yell at me.
Small. I pause it. Hold on. I got a small Coke, little like my mother-in-law ordering a cocktail at a restaurant. I go light on the ice. Don't give me all that cranberry. And can I get a separate shot of coconut Malibu rum on the side?
The worst.
Like they're gonna spit in your can you just these people with all their specific demands? Does anybody just order a number 2? And make it easy. I don't want. Can I go lettuce on the side? I need an extra cup of ranch. You're at a Chick-fil-A. What is this? Okay.
You are correct though about how
I'm embarrassed by. I'm the only person in my immediate family that can just order what's on the menu.
Somebody that I know, and I'm not gonna. Hopefully they're not listening. Somebody that I know orders wine. Okay, and then asks for a separate glass of ice because they take a piece of ice throughout the dinner and put it into the. And then when the ice melts, they need another glass.
It's not red wine, is it? Please tell me it's not.
No.
Yeah, so they like their wine chilled?
Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah.
It's like and no waiter, every time I've been out with them, no waiter has ever gotten it correct.
Yeah.
And they're always like, don't forget my ice.
And I might trigger the audience here. I don't think this is really this kind of audience, but I could trigger a few. Boxed wine, garbage.
Of course. I mean, nobody.
Boxed wine.
That's not triggering this audience.
Okay, you never know. There's always somebody offended by something I
This
say.
is a fine wine audience.
Fine wine, or
There's
some old
some
school
summer
beer.
wines that are in the different packaging that are not bad.
You like them?
Not.
They're doable.
I don't.
If somebody
do
offered
the summer
it
wines.
if somebody offered it to you on a June night,
no,
at their
because I'm
house.
just like a red wine person.
Yeah,
I like my good red wine.
Yep,
but
me too.
The problem with Dawn's right. The problem with white wines and like summer wines like that is they're so sugary.
Yeah,
they're so sweet and sugary.
Yeah.
All right, can you just back it up like 10 seconds, Phil? Just a little bit there. Thank you, buddy.
By the way, I just got the text from the wife. She's mad that I outed her for being a menu elitist. And she also says that the girls, she goes, you need to talk to them about their behavior and fighting in the morning. I'm done. I've been given the ultimatum. Today'll be a rough day for me, folks. I think it's National Nap Day, though. So.
You got to tell your girls it's women's. Isn't it National Women's Month?
Yes,
still?
it is.
So you tell them come on, give mommy a break. You got to be good to your mother.
You got to be the father, Nick. You got to step in and be like, you have to side with your wife on this.
Just say, give mommy a break. She's by herself. You girls
lay down the law.
Got to help. Someday you'll be a mom, and then you're going to think back to this, and we get what we, we reap what we sow. So, if you want your daughters to be nice to you someday, you got to be nice to your mommy.
I'm going to have to text Tom Homan during the break. I need you to put the fear of God in these girls.
All right, Phil, keep going.
This is for you. All right, gentlemen. Enjoy.
Thank you. You didn't forget my Coke, did you?
Get your Coke? I got you, buddy.
Miss Small with the little ice. But I'm not going to drink it all because he's going to yell at me. I'm only kidding.
And Steak and Shake just switched out, and people are raving about these French fries. You taste them.
They're
I
amazing.
taste them.
They really are. I'm not. This is not.
When I was a kid and I travel in Europe, Europe is great. Always had great food. The French fries were always a disappointment because we had the best French fries here. They had
Such a
pommes frites
relatable
over
guy.
there, and they just didn't taste right. Today, the best French fries in the world are in Europe. I order them every time I go to Belgium or France or any place else.
Just like the common
and the
man.
French fries here just don't taste right. And you taste these, it's a completely different experience, and the customers are raving about it. Other companies, Steak and Shake has been great. We're very grateful for them for RFKing the French fries. They turned me into a verb. But also Popeyes.
By the way, a plastic straw. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank God. I can't stand those paper straws.
Amen,
I hate them.
Hannity.
You hate to see
First time I've ever agreed with you.
Popeyes, Outback, Sweet Greens, Buffalo Wild
Wings.
Yeah, they've all made the switch, or they're in the transition of making the switch.
Wow.
We want to do everything that we can to incentivize these companies to be transparent, to switch over from ultra-processed food, and to be part of this movement to make America healthy again.
As Health and Human Services Secretary,
All right, there you go. I would love to actually, I don't know if Steak and Shake are locally owned or if it's corporate, but with this, the fact that they're on board with Maha, I would love to actually have a food drop. In all seriousness, not just to stuff my face, but to actually taste the difference in peanut oil, vegetable oil versus the beef tallow.
Is there one around here? Does anybody know?
And I'm going to get this wrong, so somebody can correct me. There's either a Steak and Shake or a Shake Shack right next to the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
That's Shake Shack.
That's Shake Shack.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's not it then.
Hang on.
Okay.
I'm looking at locations.
I always get the two confused. I like them both. I think Shake Shack is a little more, I don't want to say bougie, but a little higher end than Steak and Shake, price-wise, I think, from what I gather.
I'm sure somebody on the YouTube chat will let me know.
The only time I've had Shake Shack was when I was in Manhattan. I had one. It was like $17 for a burger and fries, but it was good. But this was before any of them really started doing this switch. But actually, good to know. So Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah.
What do you say? Outback Steakhouse.
Has anybody ever cooked with beef tallow?
No.
It's like beef fat.
No.
No.
But I'd be all for trying it.
So apparently that's what they're switching to
Okay.
from seed oils.
I'd love to see the nutrition side by side, just as to the difference in cooking your fries.
Now, back in the day, like my mom did this a little bit, but my grandmothers both did this, where they had a can, like on the stove.
My dad had this too. You talking about the bacon fat?
And it was more like bacon fat or beef fat, like that they would keep the fat.
Well, because if you put the grease down the drain, it's bad anyway for your sink, right?
But I think the point is that, this is, and part of this is, the advertising and what we were told to have low fat.
Mhm.
And there are books, I'm reading a book right now, all the lies I learned in med school. I mean, there are all these great health books out there that talk about this, that back in the day when we used to cook with like real fats, even use small amounts of real butter, that it was healthier as opposed to all this manufactured stuff. Like there was a period of use the spray stuff, use the, margarine, whatever, but that's all manufactured stuff. And that when you have the fat, it takes longer for your body to break it down. Therefore, you're satiated. So you're going to lose weight because you're not hungry all the time.
Yeah. I remember my old man, this was in the mid 90s, which is basically my whole lifetime. Everything's about the 90s, as it should be. Great decade. He was a Maxwell House coffee drinker, and he would buy the canister of Maxwell House coffee, the old coffee filter and the whole bit, and then he'd keep the Maxwell House can, and he would store, like you're talking about, the grease and the fat from certain meats, and he would keep them in that can. So I'm having flashbacks now. I'm in my feelings.
Cut 18 here, Phil. So the Democrats have adapted a new strategy.
Stop talking?
No, they're going to talk more, and they're going to curse now.
Oh,
they're now the cursing party.
Okay,
Roll it.
Somebody slap me and wake me the up, because I'm ready to get on with it.
If you could speak directly to Elon Musk, what would you say?
Off.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk and his hackers don't know about what it means to run a housing program.
To think that Elon Musk or Donald Trump give a about our public schools.
Trump.
I don't swear in public very well, but we have to Trump.
There you go.
Yeah, as long as you're on the losing issue of every policy, 80-20, it's not going to matter if you start cursing until you start realizing that men shouldn't compete in women's sports, until you realize that you should protect the border, not be the party of war and things like that. All of this is just sideshow theatrics, but it does play back into what we talked about yesterday in the big take with the Democrat Party, and they can't relate to the common man. And now I think we had that story that, Greg, you had about how the New York Times wrote an article about how they're going after sports radio listeners and those who listen to dude podcasts and play video games. I'm sorry, but you can do that all you want, but if you continue to demonize and try to demoralize straight men, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Not going to work at all.
Yesterday, a tornado hit the Fox 35 studio in Orlando while they were broadcasting. Did you guys see this?
Yeah.
Roll this.
And pull it out. Do you see that area where the rain? See that? That could be it, guys. Bring that camera up full. Okay, this is a live view from our TV station of what may be, at the very least, it's torrential rain crossing I-4 right now. We could be looking at a tornado on camera. Look at those trees blowing around. Okay, bring the camera up, guys, if you can. Zoom out. Can you zoom out? This is a look at the live camera of a tornado.
Wow, look at that.
Could be passing by our station right now.
YouTube.com/Shot1210
Okay, there's
WPHT if you want
debris.
to see
We've
this.
got debris on. Okay, take shelter. Everybody in the Fox 35 building, get to your safe space under your desk if you're not in a designated area. We're catching debris right now on the roof. Debris is on the roof right now.
I might die.
We're hearing, you can see the debris flying there on the camera. This is a tornado. Seek shelter immediately. Get under your desks, guys. Anchors under the desks. Everybody get on the desks. Okay, that was it. We're still in the debris zone. Everybody get in. Everybody get in the studio. Come on in, guys. Okay, we got power flickering out. That's a tornado.
I love that they kept rolling.
This is a confirmed
He's handling
tornado.
it pretty well.
Yeah.
All things
Excellent
considered.
job.
If you're
Yeah.
listening, this is a confirmed tornado. Right over the Lake Mary studios. This is heading into Lake Mary and Sanford right now. Get below the ground level. Sorry, get to the ground level, an interior room away from the windows. This is a very serious situation. This is a real live tornado. It just hit our station. We saw debris flying. It's heading into Lake Mary, going right down Lake Mary Boulevard into Sanford. If you're watching from Winter Springs, if you're watching from Sanford, get below shelter. We're in a fortified room here. Can we swing the camera right? Is the camera still working?
My car, okay.
On our Lake Mary cam?
Oh, what a professional
frozen.
meteorologist.
Agreed.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I've been doing this for a very long time. That's the first time a tornado has hit me while I'm doing the weather.
Nice
Been
job.
doing this for our facilities here at Fox 35 to keep us on the air and keep you apprised of the situation.
He handled that better than Bill O'Reilly when the teleprompter went down. Wow.
Beautifully. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah. And he doesn't even have to predict the storm of the century to be a good meteorologist.
And Dawn, you've done ride-alongs for crime with police. Have you ever broadcast in a storm or did a report where Mother Nature was going nuts?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
of course. But that one for he's a meteorologist and he's warning people, and especially for him to look at his tracker and say, it's coming for you if you're in this area.
Mm-hmm.
But that was an Emmy Award-winning performance,
That is
in my
really good.
opinion.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm all over the place, but there's just so much good stuff that really doesn't tie together. So I'm just we were gonna get to this yesterday. This is Dr. Peter McCullough. He says that the new bird flu strain has lab origins. I teased this a lot yesterday. It's got 3, Phil. Splain yourself, Lucy. Splain. Roll it.
That's about what it is. Now, our research at McCullough Foundation, Nick Kulsher, the lead, this strain of bird flu is different. This looks like it has actually come from serial passage research done at the USDA Poultry Research Laboratory in Athens, Georgia.
Cool.
Serial passage is when there's a blend of viral strains that's intentionally put, in this case, in a mallard duck. They were trying to see which strain would pass to the next mallard duck. And the mallard ducks are studied because their gullet is where the virus attaches, but it doesn't go into the lungs. And indeed, they found clade 23446 that looked like it transmitted. And sure enough, that's where the first cases were, around Athens, Georgia. Now, the unique aspect to this clade is that it was very mild in the mallard ducks. They could spread it all over in other migratory waterfowl. It quickly spread into mammals. We're now up to about 40 different species of mammals.
Cool.
And so what, the USDA and other public health officials have done, over the last several decades is what's called biosecurity. So biosecurity would be this idea that, if one chicken has bird flu, if we sterilize the whole farm, they won't get it again. Well, that doesn't work in this case because the mallard ducks will just continue to reinfect the farms. In fact, a guest on that clip you showed pointed that out. So immediately we think we should not do culling because of the fact we can't stop the reinfection with the mallard ducks. But this is how they do it. This is how they do it, Del. They will take samples of about 11 birds on different swabs, put it into the same test tube, and then do another 11, and then a different test tube, and then they send it off. Now, they throw the birds back into the coop or the bin, so they don't know which birds are tested. And so when one of the tubes turns positive, you never know which bird. The decision is to cull them, to kill them all. And when they extinguish all the birds by either pulling the oxygen out of the chambers or smothering them with foam, what happens is the whole facility has to be sterilized, disinfected, and our research shows, Del, is taken offline for 111 days.
Wow.
Good God almighty.
Were the drones doing biosecurity? Remember the drone research stuff?
Yeah, that's funny you say that. Yeah. Look, I'm not bright enough to understand if gain of function research is somewhat necessary, if it needs to be done in a certain setting, if we should get rid of it altogether. I'm sure there are, medical people out there that are 100% opposed to it, but then I guess I don't know, how do you prepare for the next pandemic? This story from the Daily Mail, Robert Redfeld is a guy I really like because he had the gumption and the stones to stand up to Fauci when everybody else basically wanted to bend a knee and say, what, only his opinion mattered. So he's the former CDC boss, and he reveals new evidence of a COVID cover-up and says that Fauci, quote, the father of the virus, concealed the Wuhan lab leak to protect United States spies that were embedded in China. In an exclusive interview, he said he now believes 100% that he is convinced that COVID-19 was the result of scientists becoming infected while carrying out high-risk experiments to boost the infectivity of bat viruses amid low biosecurity labs in the city of Wuhan. He also believes that Fauci worked with the heads of both the United States and UK research funding bodies to push a now debunked theory of natural transmission. It's never made sense to me that it jumped from a wet market, from a bat to humans. And now that you see more and more about this, it just becomes, to me, completely obvious that this was messing around with gain of function, got out of control, and they covered it up. I actually still, to this day, don't rule out the fact that it was released intentionally. But, anybody that thinks that this is natural is just a sheep.
It's all a big coincidence that Trump came in and his first presidency, everything was going, it was amazing. And everybody was wowed by the fact that he did what he did as quickly as he did, everything that he promised, everything was wonderful. And then all of a sudden, what a coincidence. I'm just saying, what a coincidence that all of this happened and what we learn now. Huh.
See, a lot of people say that, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know.
All I'm saying is, seriously, Nick, what a coincidence.
Right.
Do you believe in coincidences?
Look, somebody tried to assassinate Trump, so I wouldn't rule anything out. I don't know that I would say it was to derail the Trump administration. I just always go back to China with their population controls that they had where I don't know if somebody can look this up. I believe either China still to this day or they had a limit on how many children that you can have in your family. And we know the world is overpopulated. I really think that this was China intentionally letting this out to reduce their population and kill a bunch of people, specifically the older generation. That to me was always my first thought, not necessarily this is meant to sabotage Trump in an election year. I never really arrived at that conclusion. Although, again, I wouldn't rule anything out. Two assassination attempts later, you can't sit there and say definitively that it couldn't be plausible.
Was the Spanish flu of 1918 the deep state trying to out Woodrow Wilson?
It could very well have been. I'd have to go back and read up on Woodrow. It's been a while since I was in 10th grade.
Or do these things just happen every 100 years?
So you think this was an organic, natural occurrence? I don't believe that.
Well, remember when it all first started, just take you back. And even at the time, they were blaming China. And then the Chinese officials came back and said, they came out and said, no, this was America. Maybe they were not lying. I mean, maybe it's a little bit of both, but we now know that gain of function lab was NIH funded and should not have been there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'll get to the truth, but we all suffered, and the fact that it's just a joke to me that now we're in the courts and all the headlines just seem to forget about all of this and say, oh, well, we need freedom of information with Doge and with what's happening. I would submit to you, we need freedom of information with all of it, and we still don't have all of this information, but we deserve to know the truth.
And I mean, this is coming, and why is this not a bigger story in the mainstream media? And this is coming from Robert Redfield. So when he's the head of the CDC and he's there saying, yeah, you should take a COVID shot, you hear about that. But when Robert Redfield from the CDC says, I believe this is now 100% something fishy, the media doesn't cover it. That's why you can't trust the media. You can't selectively pick and choose when it's headline worthy, where somebody from the CDC, which I think everybody in mainstream media says, oh, we love the CDC. They're the gold standard. We adhere to the science. And then when the angle or the slant is negative towards the original theory, it gets no run in the press.
Yeah, you're right.
Embarrassing.
There's a story that I just pulled up that I'll just point you to, scientificamerican.com. So it's SciAm, and it was late last year, late in December, how the U.S. lost control of bird flu, setting the stage for another pandemic. That's the headline. So it looks like a pretty good article, and they're citing. So that kind of story is interesting to talk about. All of, if you're not really a conspiracy theorist, but they go through the lack of, basically, that our government has not been on top of this, and it's been years in the making.
We did the story late in the show yesterday of the high school runner who was accused of attacking another runner in the head with a baton. This kind of blew up yesterday because the parents and the girl were on Good Morning America. You had read a post, Nick, during the when we were playing it from the girl who hit the other girl in the back of the head. She said it was an accident. I want to play her explanation for it, and then I'm going to play the Good Morning America report on it. This is Ayla Everett. She says the video is just one big misunderstanding.
And she's the one with the baton.
She's the one who hit the other girl on the head, Kaylin Tucker, with the baton. So this was her explanation for it. Roll this, Phil.
Everybody has feelings. So you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right? They're going off of one angle. A couple times hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and it rolled up her back. I lost my balance, and when I pumped my arms again, she got hit. I know my intentions, and I would never hit somebody on purpose. They're assuming my character, calling me ghetto, racist slurs, death threats, all of this just because of a 9-second video.
From what I gather, and I try not to listen to the emotion, but I try to look at the facts, and that's all I really care about, is at first glance, that first angle that we watched yesterday, I was not sold 100% that it was intentional. The second angle, which was the better angle, it almost looked like she hits her multiple times, which led me to believe that it was intentional. And by the way, we've seen plenty of sporting events where somebody then steps out of the sportsmanship realm and physically puts their hands on somebody in an inappropriate, non-sportsmanlike way. So this has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with race.
These are two black girls.
Right. So to me, this is, I mean, I'm looking at it from a standpoint of, is it more likely than not that she intended to do that? Yes, I think it was.
Yeah. I mean, look.
She pumps her arm. I mean, this is ridiculous that she's obviously worried about her future and being banned and obviously not getting scholarships and that sort of thing. I get that, but to not apologize, and that's what the real victim is saying. Where's the apology?
Oh, so she never, even on the Good Morning America, she never apologized.
No. In fact, we have the Good Morning America clip. This is Kaylin Tucker. She says she suffered a concussion and a potential skull fracture. She was on with her parents on Good Morning America yesterday. Roll a little bit of this, Phil.
Junior Kayal Tucker was running the second leg of the 4x200 relay in the Virginia State High School League Championships when the shocking incident happened.
Look.
That's when she hit me with the baton.
She almost winds
Watch
up.
again as you see the two sprinters running side by side as they round the corner with Kayal on the outside, Kayal's mother cheering her on. Just as Kayal is passing the other runner, the athlete swings her baton, striking Kayal.
I just felt a bang on my head, and then I fell off the track immediately.
Kayal dropping her baton and reaching for her head.
The whole Coliseum pretty much gasped. I just jumped up out of the bleachers immediately and ran to her on the main floor.
The 16-year-old was later diagnosed with a concussion. The family says neither the athlete who struck Kayal nor the other team's coaches checked on Kayal or reached out afterwards.
To see that they kept running and she not stop and check on my daughter, that was the part where I was like, it couldn't have been an accident.
The other runner, who attends IC Norcom High School, has not been named. Kaylan's parents say Norcom's athletic director and the girl's father apologized in a phone call, but they're still waiting for the opposing athlete and her coaches to reach out.
We definitely want the coaches and a personal apology from the actual athlete as well, because it's only right.
Call the cops.
The Virginia High School League saying in a statement, we thoroughly review every instance like this, adding the VHSL membership has always made it a priority to provide student athletes with a safe environment for competition.
So we reached out to the other.
So if you watch the video again, whether you watch it in slow motion or not, it does not look to me like, now again, I'm not some relay race expert.
You're not?
No. But it doesn't look like that arm going up is a normal motion that you
I ran
make
this
in
race.
that.
I ran track.
Oh.
This is not normal. This is felony assault. This is not racism. This is not an accident. This is felony assault. That's a crime. Boom.
How the hell can anybody claim racism when all parties involved are of the same race?
I was just going to say that. Yeah, this is a black on black crime.
This takes the cake as far as the race baiting. My
this
God.
is ridiculous. And the fact that anybody would seriously do an interview with the person who clearly assaulted the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I have to say allegedly. You can judge for yourself. But call the cops right now. That this warrants criminal charges.
Phil, can you back it up 5 seconds, because
This is wrong.
The Good Morning America woman says that they reached out to the woman we played. Yeah, no, you don't have to back it up that far. Just right there is fine.
League saying in a statement, we thoroughly review every instance like this, adding the VHSL membership has always made it a priority to provide student athletes with a safe environment for competition.
What a joke.
So we reached out to the other
Oh, it stops there?
school and school district for comment, and we haven't gotten a response. But meanwhile, Kaylan's parents say that they're still waiting to see what disciplinary actions will be taken against the other athlete before deciding their next steps. In the meantime, guys, because Kaylan's been recovering for a week, they're hoping that she can finally return to school today. Because she's been out recovering a week at school.
Glad she's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
I don't know about you, Dawn. I would say disciplinary action with the school, and then you're going to cover my medical expenses.
Oh, no. I would have called the cops by now.
Oh, that
I would
too,
have called
sure.
911. Felony. This is a felony crime. This is an assault, and begin with that. And then the fact that they didn't stop the race, all of the runners should be disqualified. That race should not count. Their daughter should get to rerun the situation, but they need to take action. And number one, get the police involved and make sure that you have this crime on record. Because the fact that the way that they're handling this and allowing somebody who committed an assault to sit there and cry, literally cry, and then say racism and act like she's a victim, this is a real problem.
And then make the
that's horrible.
Make the suspect then have to compete in a race later this month against all biological men.
I know, right? and by the way, the alleged attacker, she even in that interview, she's so infuriating. She actually said that the victim was somehow her arm was like brushing against her or some. it was victim blaming. The whole thing, it makes me nauseous. And the fact that people at the network, you owe it to say, well, let's look at the video together. Let's look at this. You're saying that's normal? Well, the way your arm is winding up, going over nobody does that.
They spent more time analyzing whether Elon Musk did a Nazi salute with his arm than this felony assault.
Ridiculous.
By the way, since we have Elon Musk and Donald Trump coming up at 9:00, we need to stay on track here. So we should take a quick break and come back on the other side because, guys,
you have more.
I have. Well, yeah, of course I have more, but I have a high school basketball brawl.
I'll tell you what.
Did you guys see this I think it was up near Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania. Man, between the flag football in Jersey, the track in Virginia.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. We have all of that plus a ton more. Plus 9:00. Don't forget, Elon Musk and Donald Trump will be interviewed by Hawn Sanity.
Hawn Sanity.
Hawn Sanity.
That's right. Hawn Sanity. All right, Kayal and Company, as we roll on, more of the cut sheet next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, I can't wait for my guys from Natural Lawn of America to start this year. We've had them for years as our lawn service, and I hope you try them out. I guarantee you're gonna love Natural Lawn of America, as my family has for years now. It just makes sense. You're gonna hire a company, of course, that provides better results. That's a natural, but also is just safer for you, for your family, for your pets. And that's why I chose Natural Lawn of America in the first case. That's been my lawn care company for years. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. And from the organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Don't take my word for it. Just join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn. Sorry about that you can be proud of. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today. Get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED. That is 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell Dawn St.
Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonahan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris, sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with a clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Oh, it's Kayal and Company. Speaking of the Mustard family down in Florida, as we continue here on a Tuesday, cut sheet will ensue again in a moment. Byron Donalds, according to some polling numbers, big lead thanks to the Trump endorsement over Governor Ron DeSantis' wife, Casey DeSantis. Too early to call it, in my opinion. But right now, Byron Donalds in a landslide is my prediction. We'll see if that plays out in real time. I really can't believe it. Casey DeSantis, I just can't see. Nothing against Casey DeSantis. Don't really know much about her, but
Dawn reported something on her show at 10 o'clock yesterday. What did you report yesterday, Dawn, about Casey DeSantis?
I reported that she was golfing with President Trump. He appeared to be coaching her a little bit, and she had a good swing. She had a good stance. So there were reports that the First Lady of Florida is interested in becoming governor. Is that real? I don't know.
Golf is a prerequisite. We know
Right?
that. And, I could see Trump getting Trump's got an ugly swing, but it's effective. It works for him, which is all that matters in the game of golf. So, yeah, he's like, here, you do the 7-iron. You want to hit this little cut fade about 130 over that water. Yeah, I'm going to go Byron Donalds. If I could vote in that race, nothing against Casey DeSantis, but I love me some Byron Donalds.
By the way, I'm going to give people a chance to get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to see this high school basketball brawl, we will play that in a couple minutes, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are over there. Steve Witkoff was on Fox News yesterday, and apparently Zelensky sent a letter to President Trump apologizing. Roll this.
Zelensky sent a letter to the president. He apologized for that whole incident that happened in the Oval Office. I think that was an important step. And there's been a lot of discussion between our teams and the Ukrainians and the Europeans who are relevant to this discussion as well. And I would like to describe it as progress. And so I would hope.
There you go.
Okay, so he's got progress. We know Zelensky, obviously, in the last handful of, I don't know, what is it now, 10, 11 days since that whole dust-up on that Friday a week and a half ago. I stand by my prediction. I think at some point in the spring, we will see a peace deal. I don't know if that's March, April, or May, but somewhere here in the next 8 to 10 weeks, I think that thing comes to a close.
An attendee heckled J.D. Vance yesterday, Vice President Vance, during his speech at the National League of Cities Conference. He was speaking about illegal immigration, and then this happened.
You go across the world, and you see a very consistent relationship between a massive increase in immigration and a massive increase in housing prices. And we have to be honest about that. Well, I see one of our nice representatives out here wants to actually, I guess, continue to flood the country with illegal immigrants, making your communities and citizens unaffordable. But ma'am, with all respect, one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing is because we want to make it more affordable for Americans to live. That is one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing.
You have every right to protest. You can say whatever you want to, but his response was perfect.
It is. You know, there's Elon Musk, and he called himself Dark MAGA. J.D. Vance is like unflappable MAGA.
Yeah.
You can yell at him on a street corner while he's got his kid in a stroller.
Yeah.
You can shout without a microphone while he's on an elevated stage with a microphone. He just handles everything with, the claim for Trump for so many years was he's not presidential. He doesn't have the decorum. He's got to act like a president. J.D. Vance, by that logic of those who hate Trump, well, you can't use that on Vance because he talks to you like he's at a church.
The angriest I've ever seen J.D. Vance was with Zelensky, and even that was, like everybody during that meeting in the Oval Office, everybody was like, J.D. Vance yelled at Zelensky. I mean, he didn't yell at Zelensky. Like,
Zelensky cursed at him under his breath.
Yeah.
Remember J.D. Vance grew up, if you read his book or maybe you saw the hit movie Hillbilly Elegy, but, I mean, he grew up in a pretty rough situation with a chemically dependent mother. And
he also ain't that guy anymore. That guy that was on the book tour that we all interviewed, he's not that guy anymore.
But my point is for somebody who grew up in a really rough environment, he can handle all of this. He didn't grow up in he was not privileged in any way or coddled in his life. And I think
the
opposite. I think in many ways his really rough upbringing as a child probably helped him to handle these rough situations. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me ask you a totally random question about J.D. Vance. I was reading, and Phil Almquist will love this. By the way, Phil Timers, you're about an hour away from today in music history.
Can I tell you something? If you guys start talking about Phil Timers and cutting promos at 11 o'clock during the Dawn Show, I'm going to hunt you down and hurt you.
All the Phil Timers out there.
Hey, Phil started.
I'm going to hunt you down and hurt you.
I'm just making him a drop on
all
the board.
All the Phil Timers out there.
So the Yankees apparently got rid of their ban on no facial hair for their baseball players. So now you can have a goatee, a beard, a mustache. George Steinbrenner for years wanted everybody clean shaved. We know that Trump is not a facial hair guy, and I take that slightly back. Donald Trump Jr., but it's his kid, whatever. Are you surprised in the clean look? There's a certain image I think that Trump wants with men.
Agreed.
And also with women.
Yeah.
He likes them hot and blonde, as I do, so we're on the same page. Are you surprised he hasn't made Vance shave that beard?
Melania, when they were married, was a brunette.
Ah.
I will remind you.
Well, I mean, look, I'm all for diversity, equity, and inclusion of my gorgeous ladies. Brown hair, blonde hair, red hair. Yeah, I'm good with all of it, but you surprised if he hasn't made Vance shave the beard? That doesn't seem like a Trumpian look.
It's the style. It's Don Jr. has a beard.
I know.
Eric has a beard.
Does Eric have a beard?
He did.
I always thought he was clean shaven. Okay.
He had a beard.
That was just a random thought.
He's blonde.
I wonder if Trump likes that look.
Yeah, us blondes can't grow facial hair very well. I try.
No, but see, you give up on it. That's you quit. You tap out.
Well, I don't like the big, full beard look. I wish I was more, like, I had more Italian features because, like, you guys can shave. Not you guys, but, like, Italian guys can shave, and then, like, 10 seconds later, there's a nice scruff that grows in, and it looks cool.
Oh, you want the 5 o'clock shadow?
Me, I just look like a creep.
Well, J.D. Vance, before the beard, when he was a little heavier,
yeah.
Boy, did he look like a little pudgy kid, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's the Hillbilly Elegy look I recall.
I know you played this earlier in the big take, but for those of you listening later, they had these Doge protesters outside of the steps of the Capitol, and this federal employee wearing a face mask describes it as frightening to be required to respond to an email.
Be frightening standing next to this lady.
Roll this.
When you wake up or when you're on your weekend and you get the fork in the road message.
Why does she have Why does she have a face mask on?
I know. It's just enough. Why do they all sound like Randy Weingarten, by the way? They all sound and look like that. It's the same look. It's the short hair. If it's not dyed blue or purple, it's gray. It's short. You got the glasses, and you're wearing the flimsy COVID mask. You're not even wearing like the KN95. You don't even have the high end model.
I know.
Yeah, it's like you didn't get the Range Rover Sport, so you got the Defender instead. Just you go to Piazza and get the best one, lady.
All right, keep going.
All right, let's go.
Subsequent 5 bullets. Hey, what the hell did you do, you lazy federal worker?
Look how high up is her glasses. Half of her eyeballs are covered.
How frightening is it that someone on X, the owner of X, speaks to you directly to say, what did you do last week at work? And if you don't answer, I am going to fire you.
Ukraine pin on her shirt, too.
But even more egregious, the president comes out, the most powerful person in the land, and endorses that message.
Imagine being married to that.
How do you think that makes
I don't see a ring on
feel?
that finger. She's not married. Her husband hung himself a decade ago in the garage with the car running and the door down. He's almighty. I mean, you get the mask on, the Ukraine flag on her shirt. Yeah. You know she's had 9 boosters. She's the one that's yelling at you. How dare you fire somebody and act? But I guarantee you she was the one that probably got in somebody's face that said, I'm not getting the vaccine, and started probably like slapping them on the chest saying, you want to kill your relatives? That's that lady right there.
All right, for everybody who joined us on YouTube, thank you. This is the video that we've been promoting. This happened, I guess it's outside of Hershey. Do we know that?
It's called, is it Meadville?
Meadville, Uniontown. So this high school basketball game erupted in a brawl. The Pennsylvania Interscholastic Athletic Association has ruled a state playoff basketball game that ended in an all-out brawl as a double forfeit.
Yeah, and Dawn, by the way, if you think that track thing was felonious assault, you better get the firing squad and the death penalty for this video.
Neither Uniontown nor Meadville will advance after the incident during their first-round contest on Friday night. Both schools have been censured for their actions in the brawl and will be removed from this year's and next year's state tournament unless several provisions are met.
And they got Adam Schiff.
With just over 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter of a tight basketball game, the sport changed to what looked like a boxing or wrestling match. Roll the video.
Bedlam in Pennsylvania, high school boys basketball. The game doesn't end. Why a brawl? We're here to break it down. A little bit of context here. So this is how this thing really starts. A traditional foul call, and a Uniontown player in the burgundy jerseys off the screen goes and dunks the ball after a foul has been issued. So referee gives him a tech, starts going at it with a fan or a parent. That's never good. But the young man fouls out. While the foul shots are being taken before the technical fouls, there's some activity going on behind the Medville bench. A fan getting into it. Looks to be cooler heads prevailing. Okay, administrative coaches getting into it. Uniontown players
Here comes
going
the
back to their
dad.
bench. But I circle this Uniontown parent that comes down the aisle, walks over behind the Medville bench,
And we're off.
and just starts
Look at
throwing
that.
haymakers. And this is where the trouble ensues.
8 people.
Butt
Wow.
marks showing.
goodness.
We got police radioing in for help. players start chasing down fans. This is Uniontown player again in the burgundy here,
Oh,
chasing
look
down
at
a
that.
fan or a student, knocking him to the ground. Medville in the white, and Medville up with about 3 to go, 63-55 in this playoff game, according to reports out of Pennsylvania. No winner has been decided. Frankly, what makes this more dramatic is the 2 arrests quickly made as things settle down. One man to the right of the gym gets put up against the wall, and the other gentleman is who we pointed out earlier in the video. Drama in Pennsylvania.
Who knew that Harry Enton did weekend sports?
Holy
cow.
Unbelievable. Yeah, there's going to be arrests, I'm assuming. There's got to be charges. I mean, that's assault.
By the way, hat tip to our sister station, KDKA, for this report that I'm reading from here. Now the PIAA is ordering both schools to do the following. Submit a plan of action to prevent a situation like this from occurring again by March 19th. All players will complete a sportsmanship module. All coaches will complete a sportsmanship and teaching and modeling behavior module. The spectators known to the school administrators are banned from all school-sponsored events until June 2026. These are parents, by the way. Each school is reprimanded for not addressing the unsportsmanlike behavior by fans. Uniontown Area School District issued the following statement. We are disappointed that our season ended the way it did. We thank everyone that has shown their support. We look forward to continued success from our boys basketball program.
Now, I had Medville minus 8.5. Do I get my wager refunded? That's what I want to know. No, you have. This was. I remember years ago there was a dust up in the NBA. It was the brawl at the Palace.
Yes.
It was Detroit and
it was
Indiana.
Yes. The Pacers.
I remember Jim Gray, the little sideline reporter for NBC Sports, was covering it, and he was crying in the stands because he was so afraid. I think it was Ron Artest that started that brawl.
Very good.
Scariest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. It was
and this was started out player to player and then went player to fan.
Yep.
Artest hit this fan in the stands.
Yep.
His beer went flying.
Well, I don't have kids yet of age to play these sports, but Dawn does. Obviously, it did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the parents are kind of wild during these things, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have strict rules, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And even for high school football games, it's commonplace now to have the police.
It's unbelievable.
And I don't see that much. David does track right now. I don't see law enforcement as much at the track meets, but it's a shame that we have to have this. But a lot of times, I will say, it is the parental behavior.
It is. And it's, my dad was a coach when I was growing up. He used to call all these parents that were a pain in the ass do-good daddies. Everybody thinks their kid's NFL bound. My wife always asks me, she's like, well, you have it in your genes. Why don't you want to, coach? And I'm like, first of all, I'm not going to do it for free. Secondly, I don't have the time. And third, I don't want to deal with parents. I could not, and I think, Dawn, to your point, I think you see it more in football, to a lesser extent in basketball. I don't know that you see it as much in the less aggressive, adrenaline-pumping, testosterone-driven sports. I don't recall this happening in swimming matches. It seems like it's usually football or basketball where these things happen. These parents, you have got to get control of yourself. I mean, I love high school sports as much as anybody, but it's high school sports. It's not the end of the world. It really isn't.
But a lot of parents are. It's the parents who are so intense.
They're obnoxious.
It's ridiculous. But what they need to start doing, this is what they need to do. What they did: arrests, but as well to ban the parents from the entire season and say you are banned.
Right.
That's it. You are not allowed into this facility or any game.
Yes,
you're banned.
I agree. And usually, I think in most settings, at least from what I have seen going back to my high school and seeing a few football games, I go once or twice a year on a Friday night. I see one or two cops. I don't know that every school actually has a police officer at sporting events. I would assume there's some sort of security. But are we going to get, and I hate to take things out of proportion, but are we going to get to the point where we have to have multiple police officers because of a potential brawl? Because 13 parents go rogue and all of a sudden turn this into the Royal Rumble?
Should we take a Kamala break real fast?
Well, we can take any break you'd
No,
like.
no. This is
potty break, Kamala
this
break,
is
coffee break.
Kamala Harris spoke yesterday about DoorDash and
Have you no empathy, man?
Doritos.
She's not going away, is she? Which I'm all for. Let her run in California. Doesn't impact my life, but it gives me content. By the way, if she becomes the nominee for California from the Democrat side, how great would it be if whoever the Republican is just wins by default? They haven't had a Republican since Schwarzenegger, if I recall, and he was very, very moderate, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was like Chris Christie Republican.
All right, Kamala, roll it.
So I was willing to give up whatever might be the trackings of Kamala Harris's particular fondness for nacho cheese Doritos for the sake of getting a big bag of Doritos as I watch the Oscars.
Okay.
That's the consumer behavior.
And that's right, but here's the thing. At what point do we also uplift and highlight the consumer's right to also expect, and you can debate with me if it should be a right. I think it should.
She doesn't do debates.
To expect that the innovation would also be weighted in terms of solving their everyday problems, which are beyond my craving for Doritos. What about...
She's stoned. Do I dare ask what the description of that clip is? Like what the setting was, what the hell she's talking about, what the topic was?
The clip.
Not that it really changes anything.
The clip I pulled says Kamala tried to explain innovation, and it's the dumbest thing I have ever heard.
Okay, and you know the clip is the description is accurate. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I don't know where she was at. I can't really see the words behind her. Human X Feedzar.
Human X Feedzai.
Feedzai?
Feedzai.
Not
Yeah.
sure.
You know, we're going to look back one day, and eventually I think one day maybe politics could become a little boring, right? Trump will be out of the equation. Dum-dums like Kamala might not be around anymore, and we're going to have a Republican versus a Democrat, and it's going to kind of be a little wonky and boring. I don't know, maybe like a DeSantis versus an Andy Bashir. Not sure that sets the world on fire in media. And we're going to look back at the glory days of the 2024 election in the race and everything that it had. People, you know, ending up in courts, people dropping out of races, stunts in grocery stores with Doritos, our president at a McDonald's drive-thru, and we're going to say, you know what? That was the glory day, folks.
Do you think?
Oh, I hope she never leaves. I want her to run again. Let her run again, please. A, because she'll lose. B, because it'll be glorious to talk about. There's no Democrat. We haven't talked. I mean, we've talked about the Democrats' issues right now, but we have not talked really at all about one specific. You know who's had the most run on this show since, I don't know if you want to look at the beginning of the new year when we came back in January or post-election after the victory laps were done? Yeah. What, Jasmine Crockett?
I hate to break up the fun of frivolity, but I see Donald Trump and Elon Musk have checked in.
Boy, I've got questions. Well, Han Sanity has questions.
Han Sanity.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a smoke break.
We'll interview Donald Trump and Elon Musk on the other side.
This is going to be epic.
Yeah.
First time ever, joint conversation, Hannity, Trump, and Musk. Not on Fox News at 9 o'clock with a bunch of dumb questions and interruptions, but the kind of stuff you would expect on Kayal and Company. Back after this. Stay right there.
Got to talk about my friends from PiazzaPremiumAutos.com because the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, the coupes, roadsters, and much more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. You can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my happy place, the Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Yes, we're coming back for our live shows this year, but wow, they have so many amazing events and promotions happening right now. It's never too early to book your Easter Kids Spring Break Getaway, available April 13th through April 24th. Book 2 nights, save 5%. Stay 3 or 4 nights, save 10%. 5 nights or more, save 15% off regular rates. Breakfast is included in all packages. Memorial Day is going to be here before you know it, so book your Memorial Day weekend stay or your summer vacation. Get your dates booked now and get the best rooms. They will sell out. They always do. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhouses to accommodate family gatherings of all sizes, so you can make memories to last a lifetime. You'll enjoy the indoor and outdoor heated pools, Hemingway's restaurant, the bar on the property, the pool bar, arcade for the kids, and so much more. Book direct today for the best rates. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The Philly Boat Show is back, March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show, March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling and the Larry Steinhaus Show. Hey, I want to tell you that our show will be airing this Saturday at 10 o'clock, not our normal time. We'll see you Saturday morning at 10 o'clock.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
That I owe you, yes, you can pay the bills. I will give you more when I get paid again.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, 9:03 on a Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button while you are there, as we have the first time joint sit-down conversation on Kayal and Company with not only the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, but also the man behind Doge. He also is the owner of X, Tesla, SpaceX. Elon Musk is with us as well. Great to have both of you in, gentlemen. Mr. Trump, I'll start with you. Good morning. How are you doing, Mr. President?
Well, first of all, the last time I referred to Elon, it was Big Balls or Hairy Balls. So I'm not sure what name he goes by now, but he's a great guy. And he's dealing with a lot of bad things. There's a lot of bad people that are looking to do very bad things to him. But he's a patriot, and I got to tell you something, and I wouldn't know it because I've never seen it personally, but I'm hearing quite a package, I can tell you that.
Mr. Musk, good morning. How are you, sir? And if you care to comment on your package, you're more than able to do so.
Yes, great. First of all, it's Cybercock. Is what I'm
I don't think you can say. I don't know if you can say that, sir. I don't know if you can say that.
Well, he was talking about. Excuse me. He was talking about a rooster. You know that
the bird flu.
We got a robotic rooster. We'll cover for him. Because we don't need to be getting in trouble right off the bat, Elon. What the hell is wrong with you?
You got to rein him in, Mr. President.
Mr. I know it's different.
Maybe
rules.
the fake news was right. They say I got to rein him in because listen to the way he talks. I would never say that.
It's different rules.
I would never say that.
It's different rules.
The only thing I would say, you look at it, I might say something on a bus with Billy Bush, but I would never say that on radio. Put that out there.
I've never heard him say anything bad. So.
Well, Elon, I will start with you, and then I want to get your boss's evaluation. But let's begin with you right off the top here. You, sir, have uncovered a lot with Doge. How surprised are you by just how bloated the spending of our federal government really is?
Yeah, well, if you look at what they've done with the Wokeman virus, there's a body positivity movement, and they love big. They love they look at a model, and it's like she's 500 pounds. Yeah, great. Yeah, put her on the runway. Collapse the catwalk. Right. They want them big. They want everything big, and they've lied to themselves so long that now it's like everything's big, but it's not beautiful. It's not correct. So
duly noted. Mr. President, Elon has dove in head first here with Doge. How would you evaluate his performance so far to date? And did you have to actually rein him in a bit? I heard things about scalpels versus hatchets and chainsaws and maybe just kind of bringing it down a degree or two.
No, we don't need to bring it down a degree. We love the heat. We love when it's hot, hot, hot. We love him. I call him Big Rocket Man, right? You have Little Rocket Man in South Korea, right? And we have Little Rocket Man in South Korea. That's Kim. That's Kim Jong-un, right? And we call him that for several reasons. We call him Little Rocket Man because he has tiny rockets. And if you look at him, you could tell, especially with that hair, that he has a very small rocket. You know what I'm talking about. And most people from that area of the world have a very small rocket, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's true.
They're eating too much rice. Let's put it that way. But But you see what's going on. You know, we had never had to rein him in. We never had to rein him in. You know, he's a great guy. We had to rein him in today because he said something about rooster, cock-a-doodle-doo. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're not supposed to say that. And that's what a rooster says, by the way. That's what they say. And I know all about him. You know, I have the biggest rooster the world has ever seen, if you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
But he's a tremendous guy. He's doing a great job. He's doing a great job. And he did a wonderful job with little Marco, who we've now upgraded to medium-sized Marco because he's doing a great job in the State Department. So he's medium Marco. We want to supersize him, right? We want to supersize little. He was little. Now he's medium. This is a great guy. I have to say that Elon is doing a wonderful job. You look at SpaceX, you look at the rockets, you look at it catches it. You know, it came down into they call it a gantry, right? They call it. It's like parking the Empire State Building parallel park. It's a tremendous job. But he brings it down and he catches it. He catches it like nobody's ever seen. He caught it like Pete Buttigieg caught monkeypox, like nobody's ever seen before. So they're doing a phenomenal job. He's doing a phenomenal job. And we're very happy with what Doge has uncovered because they've uncovered a lot of stupid things. You look at it. Transgender mice, DEI in Serbia, and my favorite, Osama bin Elmo, right? Sesame Street in Iraq. We can't let it happen. It's not supposed to happen. And my friend Elon, who's a tremendous guy, has uncovered it and is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It was a bad episode.
Sometimes he does that, by the way, and you don't know what the hell he's saying.
Right.
But I know he means good things.
Yes,
you know?
he does.
He's doing a good job.
He does. Yeah.
I can't translate that, though. I have no idea what the hell it's.
I know.
It's almost like working. Look, let me just tell you. It's almost like working with crooked Joe Biden when he gets on one of those. But he has his wits about him. Great guy. Biden likes to sniff people. He's a horrible person. And I've never seen Elon, even when he does whatever that was, where he just starts making sounds. He's never had to be led around by the Easter Bunny, and he's never pooped at the Vatican either. I can tell you that.
Valid point, sir. You know, Elon, you said yesterday that X was the victim of multiple cyber attacks. Your Tesla dealerships facing scrutiny from protesters, and you've now become, I believe, the #1 target alongside Donald Trump. Did you ever envision going from the beloved man that you are to despised by so many simply because you went dark MAGA?
I went dark gothic MAGA, is what it is now. But it's like, yeah, Cyber Rooster, they're gonna come after you, and they're not gonna like that. And we went easy on them because it's like the Teslas, the new models. They have Gatling guns, it's basically the Batmobile, and lasers, yeah. So if we deployed that, which we could have, that they cut in half, and the attack on Starlink actually as well. They're attacking our satellites, the aliens.
The aliens. Okay, I'll jot that. I'm going to jot that one down right now. We'll revisit that down the road.
I got along well with the aliens, by the way.
You did.
You guys know about it, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Good friend of mine.
Yeah.
You know, we made a perfect phone call. He said, "I want to go home." ET phone home.
Right.
I said, "We made a perfect phone call," and he's home, and he's always allowed back. But we made a perfect phone call. You know, he said to me, "Ouch!" He hurt his finger, and we called home. We did ET phone home, right? He said, "Sir, I want to go home." That's right. He said, "Sir, I want to go home." Sir. And we sent him home. We made a perfect phone call back to his home planet, and he's back. He's not deported. He just went back. He's a great alien, though. We love him. Extraterrestrial. He's a great guy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Elon Musk, Donald Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company for their first ever sit-down conversation together on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Mr. President, this one for you. What advice would you give to Elon to handle the haters? I think Elon, I'll give you a chance to answer as well. I think you kind of relish this. I think you'll be able to handle it just well. But, Mr. President, you've been dealing with this for a decade now. So what do you tell Elon behind closed doors?
Well, I would tell him what I would tell him behind open doors, too. You know, we're very transparent. He's a great guy. But I would tell him, you know, you have my good friend Teddy Roosevelt. He said, "Speak softly, but carry a big stick." and I say to Elon, speak loudly and carry big balls. That's what I tell him to do because he's a great guy. And, I would say, if they come after you, you look at the fake news, you look at CNN, you look at Nicole Wallace, we used to look at, well, you're not supposed to look at Joy Reid because you could hurt yourself. You know what? We have the glasses, right? But we retired them because she's gone. But you look at the fake news, you look at all these horrible people. These are sick people. And they have TDS and EDS, right? Elon derangement syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome. These are bad people. Speak softly or no. We say speak loudly. We want you to scream it from the rooftop and carry big balls. That's what you're supposed to do. Throw them all over the place. Throw them exactly where you see he knows. He learns from the best. He's a quick learner. I can tell you that. He's a quick learner. And ever since Butler, right? Butler 2.0, he made that big, beautiful jump on stage. Everybody was upset about it, but we loved it. He did a great job. And we tell him to, here he goes. Look at him.
I don't know.
He's running around. He's going to jump. Look at that.
He's doing calisthenics. Yeah.
He's doing, and he looks like he's wearing John Fetterman's pajama pants, too.
Is he at Mar-a-Lago right now? Where are you?
Oh, my God.
Where is Elon?
Yeah.
Is he in Florida?
Yeah, I have like my own room.
So you are like Kato Kalin at O.J. Simpson's palace 30 years ago. You have like a little room back by the pool.
Oh God.
I don't do old references like that. I don't know if you've seen online, but I'm like a cool young guy with memes and stuff. So, that's like a grandpa joke.
Noted. Mr. President Donald Trump, what do you think of Elon Musk having so many babies with so many mamas?
Well, listen, he's like Antonio Cromartie, right? He has like 15 or 16, and I think, but here's the difference between him and they call him
Good
Crow.
reference. Yeah.
He knows you see that? Tremendous reference. He knows the names of all of his children. He would never forget them on HBO, like the Dodeca Dad, I called him, Antonio. That's when he had 12. Now he's got about 40. But you look at Elon, and I think he's in a race with that guy. And he was a tremendous cornerback for the New York Jets, with Darrelle Revis and Woody Johnson, whose football team is more of a disgrace than his vaccine. But you look at it, he did a fantastic job. They call it colonizing. He's going to probably want to send a few of them to Mars. We'll see what happens. And I'm very concerned about Mars. They call it the red planet. But I hear the Democrats are trying to turn it blue with ballots at 3 a.m. They're trying to flip it with the drop boxes. We're not going to let it happen.
Gerrymandering.
We're going to keep Mars, okay, as red as you look at a baboon, right? Rafiki from The Lion King. He's got a butt and it's so red. We are going to keep Mars so red like you've never believed it. So Elon wants to go. He wants to send his people. He wants to send his kids. He wants to send his DNA to Mars, and I support that.
And Mike Myers, but he's not going to be on Mars. He's going to stay here with this terrible impression.
I was just going to ask you, Mr. Musk. I've seen now Mike Myers brought on Saturday Night Live multiple times. I don't think it's a good impression of you, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like I've got an impression of him. It's like, hello, mate. I don't have a good movie, but call me up and I won't even try. I'll just. They call it coping. It's like, no, my impression's bad because I'm hurting. It is like a loser. So remember the bad.
On your personal front, Mr. Musk, I made a little sleight of hand there, a little tongue-in-cheek comment about you repopulating the earth with all of these babies. Yeah. But any plans to maybe? I know you're dating a lady out in the Pittsburgh area who's a beautician. I read works at a salon. Any idea about maybe tying the knot soon?
It's like the population. We got a big problem, and we need to have more kids. So, it could be a barista or you said she's a beautician. I can't remember, but whatever she said, and I'll put what I have to put inside her. But I'm building, I'm building the perfect one.
We're growing the base here. We're growing the MAGA base.
I'm building an android that doesn't talk as much, and it can watch anime, I just, it's like, I did what you asked, and I had the money and the child. And it's like now they want to hang out. It's like we're not going to get brunch, right? Like I'm catching rockets. Yeah.
Well, they're catching rockets too, apparently.
Yes.
Just a little different.
Yeah.
Good joke.
Just a little different.
Yeah. Very good.
Final one for you, Mr. President. Elon finally wore a suit last week at the joint address to Congress. Now, if we can only get Fetterman and Zelensky to look the part, I think everybody will be appropriate. Your thoughts on Mr. Musk and his attire and wardrobe, Mr. President?
Well, I think he looked tremendous, but I think it's great no matter what he wears, as long as he's wearing something. Let me just say that, right? As long as he's wearing something. I don't want to be one of those rocket catchers. You know what I'm talking about? But you see that, and I know he doesn't swing that way. He's a great guy. But as long as he's wearing something, we're happy with it. He has done a phenomenal job, suit or no suit, right? He's done a phenomenal job. One could maybe argue that he's done a better job without the suit than with the suit. He wears the Doge shirt. He wears the Occupy Mars. He wants to occupy Mars so bad. We're going to let him do that. We're going to send him to Mars. He's going to be the sheriff. You have Stacey Abrams, who thinks she's the president. They made her the president of an entire planet on Star Trek. And she is an entire planet when you look at her. The beast of the Southeast. She is an entire planet. She has like Chris Christie and Jiggly Belly Pritzker, JB, right? Top of the Hut. You look at her. She has her own gravitational pull. Somebody threw something at her. It's still going around and around and around. Obi-Wan, I got along well with Obi-Wan. That's no moon. He said, that's no moon. It's a black hole. Don't say that, Obi-Wan. You're not supposed to say that. But you look at Elon. He's done a fantastic job. His attire is tremendous. And he really is a wonderful person. He's a little, we call it quirky, but he's a wonderful person.
And he's a good babysitter for my husband.
Melania joined the chat.
Yes.
Hello, Melania.
All we need is Kamala. We'll have a party.
Oh, my Lord.
He loves the babies, but the babysits my husband.
And
Makes me happy.
Melania. Barron still loves his suitcase, doesn't he?
Yes, darling.
I saw the beam. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Sean Farish and Alex Byron playing Elon Musk. I've got to ask you a couple of questions here, Alex. First of all, how did you even stumble into this impression? And are you surprised how much it's taken off? Because I've seen a few people do Elon, but I have never seen anybody nail it like you have with Elon.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Definitely a surprise.
You kind of sound like him even authentically.
Does. I was just going to say
stuck
that.
in character right now.
It honestly takes some time to get out. People will say, like, ever since I started getting deep into it and trying to lock it in, like, oh, you're stuttering more, or had one of his little things. So it's kind of creepy. Yeah.
What? Where are you located? Because I noticed it's dark behind you.
Yeah, I'm in Canada. Kind of above Montana. If you drive for a bit.
Oh, wow.
Calgary. Yeah.
So this is super early for you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I agreed to it before I did the time, but it was super fun. So, really good.
Let me ask you this, because I believe from what I gathered on your Twitter feed, you actually do some comedy work. Is that a side hustle? Is that a goal of yours? Is that your full-time profession? How connected are you to the comedy circuit?
I've been doing comedy 15 years, and it's just in Canada. It's a lot harder to break into the industry. So, like most of my peers, most of the people that I think are funny here, they have like 1,000 followers, and they'll probably never get to do anything. I got a pretty big following during COVID, like on TikTok and Instagram. The Elon Musk thing I just threw onto X, and that was my first big video on X. I just never tried to, fitting.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely just trying to grow more and more and do more stand-up and do stuff like this, connecting with Americans. So yeah.
So are you going to vote for LaPoliere, or are you a Trudeau fanboy?
Well, you can't vote for Trudeau anymore.
Yep.
So the new Liberal, yeah. I like the Bitcoin with Pierre. I want him to pump my bags, but honestly, Canadian politics is not as fun as American politics. And they're all friends. All those guys, they eat the same protein, and it just flips every 4 to 8 years. Will I vote for Pierre? Probably. Yeah,
All right,
we'll see.
So
Wanna see some more.
you've got the Make America Great hat again on. I'm assuming partly for the bit with Elon, but I mean, if you were an American, you'd be a Trump voter, a Trump supporter, I'm guessing?
No.
No.
I wouldn't.
Oh.
No.
Would you have voted Bobby if he was on the ballot? RFK?
Yeah, I was going to vote for Bobby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, dude, great stuff, man. You have a great impression. Best of luck with it. And if it takes off like Farish, as well as our girl Esty, who does Kamala Harris, you're going to be the talk of social media for a long time.
My pleasure, guys. Love getting involved with the culture, and it was a lot of fun.
All right.
Awesome.
If you ever come to America and are able to vote and you want to change your mind on the Trump
Well,
thing,
I just
we'll
want
talk.
excuse me.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Hang on.
Let me just tell you something.
Thank you.
Okay. Alex wouldn't say who he's going to vote for, but in 2028, he will have the opportunity to vote for J.D. Vance because they will be our 51st state.
Donald,
Yeah, thanks for
spanking.
putting me on the spot. It's always good in comedy to divide your fan base to one of two sides. It really enriches the conversation, bro.
No question. No question. Dude, keep up the great work, man. I really enjoy it. I just followed you. I'll be sharing your videos. Keep it up.
Yeah, take care, guys. Thanks.
You got
Good
it.
stuff.
There he is.
Donald.
Alex Byron
Donald, we will not follow him.
said,
Sure.
No.
All right, Sean, great stuff as always, brother. You know that. And we'll talk to you Thursday this week.
You got it.
All right, brother.
Hey, can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
Because we have a meat heist that's averted, so we'll save it for when Sean. Like this is, I always think of Sean when I think about the Philly.
Something always goes missing
food
when
heist,
Farish is
right?
around, right?
So we'll talk.
Yes.
You'll love it.
There's a meat heist, Sean.
There's a meat heist, baby.
Yeah.
That's
right.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right, brother. See ya.
Later.
There he is, Sean Farish.
Sure.
Yes. All right, coming up next, we'll get a Dawn Stensland Big Three. And then, of course, we have our morning mystery movie clip. And also, we have the Phil Time. It's Phil Time coming up in about 25 minutes today in music history as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, this week, once again, the great guys from Marvin E. Cans coming out to the house. A different project this time. I'm so glad that I've discovered my guys at Marvin E. Cans. If you haven't gotten your system evaluated, maybe you need water heaters, maybe you need HVAC. They really do it all, and I love these guys. And I always want to share with you, when I find somebody who's the best, I can't wait to share it with you. So Marvin E. Cans, they're local, third generation owned, as well as military veteran founded. I want you to take my advice. Call Marvin E. Cans. Get your furnace checked for, as we come into springtime. If they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and then install, I hope, a high-efficiency Trane furnace. As they say, it's hard to stop a train, Trane. They're the best. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of zero down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours. 50 $25.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
We're always loving our McDonald's opening night t-shirt. Fans 15 and over can snag one at CBP on Wednesday, April 2nd when the Phils host the Rockies at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Experience the sweet life at CBP. Check out the many suite offerings available to elevate your game day with awesome views, privacy, and catering. Visit Phillies.com/groups for more info and to book today.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
So broken hearted, love wasn't much of a friend of mine. The tables have turned, yeah, and caused me in their ways that parted. That kind of love was the killing kind. So listen.
9:32, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you enjoyed the conversation with Sean Farish and Alex Byron as Elon Musk. If you'd like to follow Alex on X, it's at Alex, A-L-E-X, Byron, B-I-R-O-N, comedy, at Alex Byron Comedy. 855-839-1210, the phone number if you want to join the conversation. Still ahead this morning, we will find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show, as well as what occurred today in music history and what our morning mystery movie clip might be, and also the prize that we have for you. Some Joe Conklin tickets, but right now let's get caught up in the world of news and some other stories that might be out there. It's time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:32.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored this morning by the Philadelphia Boat Show. So, number one, let's talk about it because we have thieves struck just this morning, South Philadelphia, trying to pull off yet another heist of expensive food. We've talked about the shrimp, the tuna, all of the different high-end, delicious foods, proteins that they've been targeting over the past, well, basically over the past year. But this time, fast-acting police were ready and stopped the thieves from walking away with all the beef. So it was a cargo theft in process, 3300 block of South 7th Street, just this morning. And police saying the thieves, they pull up in a stolen box truck. They start taking the beef products from a parked tractor trailer that was making a delivery. And the officers got there very quickly. Thieves jumped into a different vehicle. So they had it planned. You know what I mean? They stole the box.
Beef heist.
Beef heist. It's crazy.
Well, if it's not seafood, it's beef. Chicken, relatively affordable. So you're probably not going to. We haven't had many poultry bandits lately.
Oh, this is true.
Well, there could be a market for that, though. You never know.
Yeah, it's more. What did we have? Tuna. I'll have to look back at all the different. But in this one, I don't know. Maybe the segment earlier here on Kayal and Company with Sean Hannity with the beef, the specialty beef. Maybe that made him hungry. I don't know. But we talked about, and if you missed the big take, Nick's big take this morning, talking about Elon Musk, Tesla, and X. Well, now President Donald J. Trump, he is saying that he intends to purchase a Tesla to support Elon Musk as the EV maker's sales and share prices facing pressure from, as well. We saw that they were being targeted, the Tesla dealerships. People, setting off incendiary devices, protesting, etc.
Yeah, funny you bring that story up. In the last couple of days, I actually had that question in my mind. I was wondering, when do you think, in regards to him purchasing a Tesla, when do you think the last time Trump drove his own car? We know he drives his golf cart, right? And we all, if you're a golfer, trust me, especially if you're playing with somebody, you always want to be the guy that drives the golf cart. When do you think Trump actually drove a vehicle last?
He hasn't driven a vehicle since his 20s, probably.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, as president, you are not allowed to.
Yeah.
Right, but even, in the 90s.
You're actually not.
I mean, when he was, at any point in his life, when he's...
In the 80s, he definitely didn't. In the 90s, he definitely didn't. In the early 2000s, he definitely didn't. I'm guessing you probably have to go back to maybe the mid-70s.
Maybe just barely after college, perhaps?
Maybe he doesn't even have his license.
That's interesting. I would love to ask him that question. We ever get a chance to ask him questions and chat with him for more than 9.5 minutes?
Nobody's ever asked him that. It's a good question.
Yeah, I would love to know. Because I tell you right now, I would never drive a vehicle again.
Former, like Biden. When's the last time Biden drove a car?
Well, he did when he does the staged video of him driving the vet.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he was president, he was vice president. You
think he drove his own car when he was a senator?
Well, remember he
famously took the train.
The
He
train.
took Amtrak.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's the everyman.
I'll be honest. I think a lot of it is liability, especially for Trump, a billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't want them behind the wheel because if God forbid they get in a fender bender,
Mm-hmm.
somebody's going to go, "Oh, my neck, my back," and sue for $1 gazillion.
Mm-hmm.
So number 3, I will say, I love this story. We haven't heard much updates about former governor and former Philadelphia Mayor Ed Rendell. And so the headline in local news is that Ed Rendell has come up with an idea to build a national monument in Love Park for the huge city of Philadelphia. What is it? The semi-quincentennial. And the headline is that the city said, no. we're not going to do that. We're not going to build a monument. So I'm like, why? It's a great idea. It's kind of cool.
Well, who's going to fund it?
But they're getting all this money. They're going to get a ton of money for the biggity big 250th birthday coming up next year. I don't know. I thought it was a fun idea.
And when does the city turn 250?
It's in 2026.
And is there a certain...
From 17.
Have they signaled out a certain day?
From 1776.
Is it a summertime thing?
Well, if you're a purist, maybe, we could, but anyway, I just thought it was a cute
I just want to
little
schedule
story
my
for Big
vacation
Three.
around it so I can get the hell out of here.
Well, Trump has talked a lot about this. So we'll see, because he has made all kinds of plans for the upcoming 250th.
Yeah.
So I'll be curious to see what Trump wants to do as far as Philadelphia and to be involved in this.
Yeah. I'm going to go to like South Carolina or Florida for that stretch.
Well, we are sponsored this morning by the Philadelphia Boat Show, the boat sale of the year. It's back. Philadelphia Boat Show, March 14th to the 16th at the Expo Center in Oaks. Top tri-state dealers, and they are ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats on the pontoon, the ski boats. I don't know if you water ski, but it's a lot of fun. The bass boats. I almost said base, because some of them might have the base too, right?
Yeah, I've never tried to water ski. I still haven't mastered the hoverboard yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I almost broke my hip 2 years ago off a hoverboard.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
2021. I was a little inebriated at my friend's house. And
Oh, God.
My daughter and wife
Hideous.
were there. My daughters and their kids were there. It was like our family and their family thing. And I got on the hoverboard on the back patio and thought I was cute and fell off. And I thought I was like Nancy Pelosi. I was going to need a walker.
Please, Christian Kale, if you have that video.
Yeah.
we would
No, there
play
is.
it on
She
the
does have
YouTube.
video. There is video of me on the hoverboard hammered.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
We would love that video.
I'm a good time when I'm drunk.
And PWCs, by the way, see phillyboatshow.com, phillyboatshow.com for all the details, all the tickets, phillyboatshow.com. That's our big three.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn.
Can I play another clip here before we break?
God knows you have leftovers.
I wanted to get this. I had this over the weekend. I wanted to get to this yesterday, but we never had an opportunity. Did either of you watch the Netflix show Love is Blind?
No, but I've seen clips on social media with the bride to be at one point.
Sarah Carton. She turned down her fiance Ben Mazenga at the altar because of his opinions on the BLM movement, sexual identity, and the vaccine.
Oh, so 3 things.
Yeah.
So she's super woke.
So if you believe anything in reality TV, I don't. But so they had the ceremony, or they were about to go through the ceremony, and then she got up there with him in front of her, the priest, and she goes, "I can't I can't do this. I'm not going to do this." And then she gets into the car with her mom and I believe her sister, and she goes through the litany of reasons of why she couldn't do this. By the way, this is like the #1 show on Netflix.
Is that right?
Just so you guys.
Well,
know.
if it's #1 on Netflix, you know I haven't seen it.
And it's centered in Tim Wall's country in Minneapolis,
is it?
Minnesota.
All right, roll just a little bit of this, Phil.
I mean, I knew the whole time coming into this, the time frame, like, that's not, like, I feel like I know him. Like, really. Yeah. Like, I remember, like, I asked him about, like, Black Lives Matter, and I'm no expert. But, like, when I asked him about it, he was like, I guess I never really thought too much about it.
And most
that
people
affected
haven't.
me, especially in our own city. Like, how could it not? How did it not make you think about something? I asked him, too, like, what his church's views are. And he said he didn't know. And so then I watched a sermon online.
From his church?
About, sexual identity.
Okay.
And it was traditional.
It was biology.
I told that to
It was traditional.
Only 2.
He doesn't really have much to say about it, you know? I want him to think about that stuff. Sometimes I did wonder if it was surface, fun, carefree love that we had. Equality, religion,
Diversity.
the vaccine.
The shot.
vaccine.
The booster. Get the booster.
This guy avoided.
He dodged a bullet better than America did with Kamala Harris becoming president. I mean, we thought we were lucky. I mean, I would have to imagine, and I think I saw the clip of her leaving him at the altar,
Yep.
where she was like basically saying, "I can't do it." which that's got to be the most, no matter if you're on the receiving end as a man or the woman, probably nothing more embarrassing in your lifetime than having to go through that.
If you believe this.
If you believe this is true.
I mean, he gets paid.
Yeah.
It's a show.
Right.
Phil, I know you clipped it, but are you able to play the very beginning, or did you clip it? I don't know. You might not have.
I mean,
By the
she
way,
stands him up there, I think.
He gets paid, and he wanted to get something rhymes with paid
Mhm.
because the fact that he said she asked him about his church, and he's like, I don't know what they believe about gender stuff, because he just wanted to get to the honeymoon.
So
aspects.
Look at her. I mean, she's gorgeous.
Can you imagine that? I mean, he doesn't really have many thoughts on BLM. He doesn't really care about the vaccine.
Nick.
And he focuses on two genders.
Nick, what do you think when she asked him these questions? Do you think that do you believe that?
Yeah, I think he's apolitical. If I'm
No, he's not. He's a guy who wants to have the honeymoon, right?
Oh.
So that's why he's just like, I don't know. I don't think much about that. I don't buy that.
Well, I'm just going to assume
what I
that
mean?
I'm going to assume he's already enjoyed all that she offers before marriage. I mean, I don't think he's getting married just so he can get laid.
By the way,
Right?
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she
You get married because you don't want to get laid anymore.
I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe she's waiting for the right someone and adheres to that whole thing. But I don't know. I would think an apolitical spouse is probably the best thing you could have if you are on the other end of it and you are a political spouse.
I don't think he's apolitical.
I agree.
You think he's right leaning?
Yes.
He's totally.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's why she's a beautiful young lady.
Mhm.
And he just thought, politics, schmaltics.
I think he also might have realized that she's.
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
All right, we have to break.
All right. Coming up next, it's our morning mystery movie clip. What occurred today in music history? All you Phil timers, get ready. And Jimmy Kelly will have our movie, and of course, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in 15 minutes and 45 seconds. Stay right there. We're back after this.
Keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe in winter is paramount. That's why I'm a customer of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They get my home winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Get your furnace checked for winter. If they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train furnace. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Dr. Jim Burns, this is my wife Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:51 as we wind things down here on a Tuesday. We'll see what Dawn has lined up shortly, as well as Phil Almquist. He's in the on-deck circle, but right now, time for a Jimmy Kelly Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So you fudge, huh? I heard about you.
What you hear about me?
I heard you were a super duper senior. Been here 6 years and still haven't graduated.
She trying to play you out, kid. What's up?
Why is that?
Because I done already learned the game. Fresh fish.
Is that right, old trout?
Soon as you hear a bell, y'all go running.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Well, once again today, a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Saturday, April 5th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. It is now Phil time with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 11th, we celebrate the birthdays of Bruce Watson from Big Country, who's 64, Joel and Benji Madden from Good Charlotte, who's 46, Bobby McFerrin, who's 75, and Lenny Wolf from Kingdom Come, who's now 63. Heavenly birthday shouts to Vinnie Paul from Pantera and Damage Plan, and Lawrence Welk, who was born in 1903. We also lost Keith Emerson on this day in 2016, and Jimmy Greenspoon from Three Dog Night in 2015. Execute A Touch of Evil by Judas Priest in 91, Let It Be by the Beatles in 70, and More Than Words by Extreme also in 91. Altitude Impera by Ghost in 2022. Side note, they'll be at the Wells Fargo Center on July 19th. Discipline Breakdown by Collective Soul in 97. Slow Motion Daydream by Everclear in 2003. So Happy It Hurts by Bryan Adams in 2022. And Deja Vu by Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young in 70. Also in 2005, the front door of Ozzy's childhood home went for sale because the current owner was fed up with fans defacing it. In 97, Paul McCartney was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II. In 72, Neil Young's Harvest was #1 on both the US and UK charts. And in 2015, Slipknot's guitarist Mick Thompson and his brother Andrew were both rushed to the hospital after a knife fight with each other. But lastly, more concert announcements from yesterday. The Black Crowes will be at Music Fest on August 4th. The Counting Crows will be in Homedale, New Jersey on June 28th and in Atlantic City on July 5th. Cyndi Lauper will be at the Maine on July 20th. And Steve Hackett from Genesis will be at the Scottish Rite Auditorium on October 17th and 18th. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Up.
All right, Philip, thank you very much. Dawn Stensland is up at the top of the hour, and we find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock.
I'll read you one of the reviews about this guy who many call an American hero. This guy is 100% one of the most bad A humans to ever take a breath. Respect this man to no end. Hero is an understatement. So he's the guy who took down one of the most notorious terrorists in our American history, maybe world history. I'll get to interview him live coming up. Rob O'Neill, he will be here in the house. And we have information about Philadelphia City Hall, Pennsylvania politics and budget talks, as well as on the national level, and some new information coming in about that plane crash that we talked a lot about yesterday locally. All of that and more coming right up.
All right, Dawn Show, top of the hour. We've got John is our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. John, what movie did we just play for you?
Higher Learning.
Yeah,
Higher
John.
Learning.
Woo!
Yes. Great job, John. You've got the Joe Conklin tickets, and you're on your way for April 5th at the Keswick. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next. We're back tomorrow for a Tony Bruno Cut Sheet Wednesday. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song.